Well, hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be doing some Novus Project cleanup. I have some base updates today, but I wanted to show you guys what was going on. Let me know how all the audio is. The music and everything should be fine, but I just kind of want to see how audio is for you guys. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good day. I figured I'd stream. Hi, Hope. How are you doing? I mean, long time no talk to, but anyway, main thing. My Lord Fish Dude, hello. How are you? How have you been, man? It's good to see you back on the stream. Anyway, I made a couple of changes, including I compressed the storage system so that it can expand more. You're doing tired? Hey, that's totally relatable. Anyway, this storage system is now expanded, so now I can hold more because I was running out of space before. And I fully plan to hold more because over here I've, because I've got my normal, my normal chemistry lab, right? But these chemistry labs I've decided to dedicate exclusively to hydrazine. So I'm going to use these as fuel tanks. And, yeah, that'll be a fair amount of hydrazine. I've been farming it up. Fairly aggressively. And I'll eventually get that filled up, and then we'll run it, and then we'll have a whole bunch of fuel. So yeah. Anyway, the mod is currently installed, so auto arms are super buff, and we're going to go to Novus because we got a bunch of cleanup to do from the Novus Project 2 days ago. I do also have a noise reducer to reduce the noise in my mic in the mail. How's stream audio? Is it decently balanced? Can you hear me over the music? Is the music too quiet, too loud, too anything? Let me know. Let me know what effect it has. And here we are at Novus. Decently balanced? That's awesome. That's what I was hoping to hear. But it's a bit scary. What's scary about it? I'm sorry, are you scared? The static noise? Yes, the static noise is something that that's in my microphone. That's not anything I can control at the moment. I do have a noise reducer in the mail, though. That was the ship. Well, my mic does have static in it, but I do have a noise reducer in the mail. So. Anyway, we don't have any bombs at the moment. We'll make them later on. We are going to... because this fuel depot is getting kind of low. So we're going to go down and make some progress against these bombs that sent all their resources to the middle of the core. Take the Dorito? What about the Dorito? Why? What? I'm sorry, I'm not following. Well, let's see. I need to make my auto clicker work right. We need to set this down to 10. Just take what? Take a dead fish? I'm not really interested in taking a dead fish. I'm sorry. I know that might offend some sensibilities, but it's a dead fish. You want 300 points. I can't give you 300 points. I'm sorry, man. I don't have, it looks very dead, Hope. Fish like to be in water. This is not water, this is the internet. I mean, the Dorito already appeared on my stream, so I'm not sure what more you want me to do with it. Like, I already put it on stream, so it could drown in. Fish don't drown. They drown in substances. They actually drown. Depending on how you define drown, they can. You could say that what goes on when a fish is in air is technically drowning, but no, that's only sharks. Fish have muscles to pump their gills. Sharks do not always have muscles to pump their gills, and so most sharks must remain moving, or else they will suffocate. But yeah, sharks are not fish, as I'm sure we can agree. Anyway, I just have to get all these resources off. He's a fish, of course he likes swimming. What do you expect? Oh yeah, see, he likes swimming. He's a fish. What do you expect? Okay, most of that little bit of resources done. Big water scares. I didn't think anything scared you, Hope. I thought you were the unterrifiable monster. Or have we all been lied to? I suppose now I do indeed know. Anyway, I am going to, I had a couple of things in mind, and, so I'm gonna give Hope a call on, she said she wanted to call on Discord, so I'm gonna give Hope a call on Discord, because I had a couple of things I wanted to go over. We'll take our time, we don't need to hurry on anything. Do we even still have... Okay, here we are. Alright, let me check my Discord audio and everything. Deep Dark. You'll love Subnautica then. Let me make sure my Discord audio is correct.
Hello?
Hi, Hope. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Thinking about big waters and how it scares me.
I see. Well, don't have to worry about that, because there are no big waters nearby.
What do you mean big waters are nearby?
Not that nearby. They're not like next door.
Well, that's good. That's good news.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, on stream is Hope right now on the Discord call. I really should make like a scene element to show who's on the Discord call. I haven't gotten around to it though.
Yeah, I need like a big banner with my name.
Nah, not a big banner. This is not your stream.
It's mine.
You should get Twitch chat though up though, because Fish Dude says hi, and you can't just ignore him.
I'm trying to look at chat and also like continue talking to you because you are distracting me from keeping an eye on my chat. So
Excuse you, this is my stream. This is not.
I don't think so.
This is not your stream to take over.
It's mine.
I'm gonna
We all
kick you
agree
off.
that it's mine.
I'm gonna ban you from stream, kick you off voice chat. Insolent punk.
You can ban the streamer.
Aha, yeah. So I'm sure that'll work really well when you try it.
Oh, okay. You got me there.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. As my advantage is I am actually the one streaming, and I'm actually the one playing the game. So that's my advantage here.
What? Hello, Lord Fish, first of all. Second of all, what does dry fish mean?
Long time no. Oh dear. That was terrible, and you should feel ashamed. But good one.
I'm sorry, but I didn't get it.
Long time no see. You know how we say long.
Oh, okay. I got it.
You have to say it out loud to get it. See, I also have a better sense of humor than you. This is why this is my stream. Or how about a sense of humor at all?
Yeah, I didn't get it the first time. I was like, what is dry fish? Like, I've never thought a fish could be dry.
You smoke one? It gets pretty dry. Not that kind of smoke, Hope. Not that kind of smoke.
Okay.
Different kind of smoke.
Yeah, I guess so. But I've never tried the ones you meant. Like, I've tried. Have you ever tried the oiled one?
I don't typically eat fish.
You don't eat fish, or you don't like eating fish?
Don't really know. I haven't really tried it. I mean, my mom absolutely hated. My mom absolutely hated anything to do with the with seafood, and so I have not ever really gotten around to trying seafood.
Yeah, I love fish. Lord Fish Dude is saying mackerel is good. I have to try this one. Everyone is telling me it's good, but I haven't tried it once, so I need to try it.
What I'm up to is I'm just making sure these resources obey the laws of physics. Because if they don't, then they just sit up here and cause lag. And I really don't like lag, because I really like my computer to not catch fire while I'm playing.
So, Craft, speaking of fish, do you like mushroom?
Not really. Kind of neutral. Like, there's not
you
really
don't like mushroom?
There's not really like a whole lot. The mushroom I've had, there's not really like a whole lot to comment on. It's just kind of there. So I don't find a whole lot to like about it. There's also not a whole. There's not a lot to dislike, but there's also not a lot to like, in my opinion.
I think mushrooms are a bit tricky, because if they aren't seasoned well, they will taste bland.
Yeah, that's about what my experience is. They taste pretty bland.
Yeah, I mean, so it's your fault. You didn't season them well.
I don't cook mushrooms. In
case you have to.
I told you, I'm good at baking, not cooking.
Yeah.
So
keep reminding me of how bad you cook. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you expect me to cook mushrooms.
Well, I don't know. For some reason, I expected you to.
You want to plant potatoes next year.
Good at eating them.
I am
potatoes.
Potatoes are a good thing to plant. They're a very, very hardy plant, and that's part of why the Irish were able to grow them so much. They're really good.
I don't really know the whole story with the potatoes and Irish. Like, what's the relation? Could you tell me?
Well, they reversed the Great Irish Famine, I believe, and it was well, I mean, they didn't quite. The Irish have been dependent on potatoes for a very long time because potatoes are an extremely hardy crop that can survive lots of bad weather, which Ireland has, and that bad weather makes a lot of other crops untenable. And potatoes also happen to have a large majority of the necessary resources for your body to process stuff. So they're known as a superfood because they're just that good at what they do. They help the human body in a lot of ways.
That's why they got related?
And, well, the Irish have just been growing potatoes forever. And then the Great Irish Famine was when there was a disease that killed a bunch of potato crops. And those potato crops became really diseased. They were inedible, and they also killed all the plants and everything. So when the Irish basically ran out of potatoes, there was a big famine.
But I thought that potatoes could grow on
20 points
a
left,
lot
goodness.
of plains. I thought it's common to plant potatoes like everywhere. Even Mark Watney planted potatoes on Mars.
Ah, yes, that was definitely not fictionary and definitely real.
I mean, there was a science behind it.
Hold on, Fish Dude, what did you spend your points on? Good heavens.
Yeah, I didn't see Kraft die once. What are you doing?
You didn't see me what?
Die once. You didn't die.
I heard why. I heard lie. I was like, I don't lie. I most certainly don't lie for points.
I heard, Lord Fish didn't kill you once using those points.
You don't kill me with channel points. Kill me with Dixburg, you dingo.
You're waiting
or do you not know,
for one thing.
Or do you not?
Everyone is mistyping these days.
Everyone is what?
Mistyping,
Well, that was clearly on purpose. That's just some typos are colloquial. For instance, LOL is not. I can hear you well.
Do you hear me well?
Yeah, everyone on stream can hear you well.
Are you sure?
Yeah, your level is the same as mine on OBS, and my audio is coming through just fine. And your audio is not.
No, I'm talking about my mic.
Mic's fine. A bit fuzzy, but it's fine.
Okay, good. Good.
No, I didn't want to get that. I didn't want to put that in my backpack.
Can we put a TNT in your backpack and then forget about the button you use to initiate the boom boom?
What?
Nothing. I'm just thinking about killing you other ways.
Forgetting about buttons? The button to put things in my backpack is different from the boom boom button. Boom boom button is just the interact button. You misspell, you don't care about misspelling, except you corrected yourself, so you clearly do care about spelling, so.
Yeah, no one cares about misspell. We will understand you, hopefully.
Says hope.
Yeah, there is always hope.
There's always hope because she kills me and I can't kill her for some reason. Because she doesn't stream.
I'm the streamer. You can't kill the streamer.
Aha. Really. You've proven that scenario very wrong in the past.
No, not if you speak Norwegian. What? I want to understand if you speak. Well.
Yeah. Well, please, we do try to ask.
How to say hello in Norwegian.
Norwegian. This is how you say it, folks. Norwegian. We do ask that you speak English here in this chat, though. That is.
Wait. How do you spell Norwegian?
You say it Norwegian. You don't say Norwegian. Not a wig. It's a language.
I didn't say Norwegian.
You did. Norwegian.
I said Norwegian.
A is hello. Nice.
It's A? That's nice. I always think that the word hello is so similar in lots of languages.
Except for Egyptian.
Yeah.
There it's just totally strange. But that's probably because that's the country Hope is from.
Yep, I'm Egyptian, and I think no, I was talking about like hello, it's A in Norwegian, and it's hola in Spanish, and it's no, it's different. It's ciao, I think, right?
Ciao is, I think it's Italian. But,
Yeah,
there's
I
a
think
reason
so
why it's
too.
similar in multiple different languages, because they're all Latin-based, and, yeah, I have seen how... Ah, dang it, I didn't mean to put that in my backpack. Hold on 1 second. I just gotta stop putting stuff in my backpack.
Wait, I'm still saying it wrong. It's Norwegian, right? How am I spelling it? I don't know. I feel like I'm saying it right. Is it Norwegian or
I don't
Norwegian?
know how you're saying it wrong, because I'm not from that area.
Is trying to, or she is trying to tell me. Wait, no. How do you spell like?
I do not know. Norway.
I'm
Oh, Norwegian. Oh, I think it might be
here.
I think it might be Norwegian, maybe.
Norwegian. Okay, did I say it right this time? Norwegian.
I gotta head back. I'm nearly out of fuel. Fortunately, fuel is right there.
So Klopp is the one who's
I'm
saying it wrong,
I'm saying.
not me.
I am saying Norwegian. I think that might be right. Did not make you angry. I am the streamer. All right.
No, I am the streamer.
Sure.
Yeah, let's just not confuse the chat. Chat, I am the streamer, not him.
Hope you're actually
just-
going to confuse chat at this point.
I don't think so.
Yes.
They already know.
You are. And
So,
Fish is gonna be right
Let's
back
talk
anyway.
about food. Because
Oh,
I
dear.
love food. Yeah.
In the words of Vi, you had me at food.
Okay.
But
So let's
seriously
talk
though,
about that.
I forgot to get fuel. I need to get fuel.
Okay. You once told me about that meal that's called something rice. It's based off rice, I think. Rice in a cup, I think.
Red beans and rice?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know what meal you're talking about. I've had lots.
You said it's like a cup of rice you get at the store, and you heat it, and you add chicken, I think.
Oh, you mean like instant rice?
Yeah. But it
That's
has
like-
a name. You told me a name.
Oh, you mean rice-a-roni? Box rice-a-roni?
Yeah.
Back. Welcome
Yes.
back, Fish Dude. Welcome back, my friend.
Welcome back. Hello, we missed you.
To my stream. Welcome back to my stream.
Alright, welcome to his stream.
There you
It
go.
will be mine tomorrow.
No, it won't. I have to give you the key to my stream if you want to stream on my channel. But I'm not going to do that.
Okay, Lordfish, who's the streamer? Let him decide.
If
okay?
you say Hope, I'm gonna ban you.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't say it! Don't say it!
Yeah, that's right. There you go, see?
See?
He knows
Yeah.
what's up. He knows what's up.
I know he's going to message me and tell me, I know you're the streamer.
No, you're not. So here's the advantage I have. I'm actually the one streaming. It is my OBS. It's my computer running OBS. And if I should choose to shut down the stream, I can shut down the stream. So,
Okay, okay.
you know, it says my name down in the corner, not yours. Just saying. Very
I will
soon,
let
once
it
I get a
pass.
webcam, it will be my picture in the corner, not yours.
I will let it pass this time.
Oh, goodness. That's a lot of fish emotes. That's very fishy. That was a very fishy thing to do.
I mean, his name is my Lord Fish Dude.
No, his name is My Lord is Fish Dude. Gosh, get it right.
Oh yes, there is an... Yeah. I can read.
Wait, no.
Don't be mean!
It's like, all hail the Fish Dude.
Yes. Yes. Oh, hail the Fish Dude.
I'm not... If you don't want me to be mean, I'm not sure what you expect me to be. I don't know if there's much else I can do.
Let's ask the most important questions. My lord is Fish Dude. What's your favorite meal? Is it fish?
God, no, that would be horrible. That would be cannibalism. A crafted streamer. You know, I don't have to be ruler. I don't have to be Fish Dude.
We tried to trick you, but I failed.
Burgers? Burgers aren't bad. What kind of burgers?
Burgers all the way. Yeah. Like chicken burgers, beef burgers.
Oh, wait.
I
got
like
these
chicken
here.
burgers. I don't eat
That's an abomination. Good burger. Define good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Define good burger. That's all we're asking.
It's good enough for him. It doesn't have to be like good for you.
No, but you do have to define what you mean. Just like good burgers. I hate these floating plants that can somehow manage to kill me even though they literally have no root system.
So, like good burgers, is it like where good is like good taste? Uh-huh.
So what tastes good?
Like, don't confuse him. Okay, he said like good burgers. For me, chicken burgers are good burgers. I hate beef burgers.
You're weird.
I am weird. Like, it's something new.
Like, chicken's alright, but I prefer to put like chicken. Actually, something really, really good I had recently. I was gonna do it for lunch again today, but I ran out of time before stream. As I put chicken patties sliced up with some cheddar cheese inside a thing of pita bread. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you had pita bread?
Anything with chicken.
Oh, he prefers beef burgers. Yeah, get on the beef burger team.
Nah, I don't like it. I hate it.
Well, as you said, then it's not a good burger for you. It's just a good burger for us.
Yep. That's why I said, when you ask them, define good burgers, that's why I said good burgers is different for each one.
See? But I just asked him to define what good burger means for him, and he did. Now, here's a question. Yep. What type of cheese do you like on your burger, Fish Dude? Man, if I drops by the stream, he's just gonna instantly get hungry.
Yeah. You're already making me hungry. Like, I need to...
You started the discussion, may I remind you.
Because it's my favorite thing, food.
I'm not going to make the joke that just came up. I'm not going to make that joke, no. Norwegia or cheddar?
We're back with this. Okay, Norwegia or cheddar? Did I pronounce it right?
Cheddar is good. I like cheddar.
Yeah, I like cheddar too. I'm
Something
not
about cheddar
a huge fan of cheese, but I like cheddar.
You're not. Get out of my channel.
A huge fan.
Get out of my channel.
Cheese. I'm going
Get out of my channel.
I'm not a huge fan of cheese.
Get out of my channel.
It changes the taste. I don't like it.
That's the point! It's supposed to modify the taste and add on and complement it. Just like a scarf adds on to your outfit. It doesn't mean that your scarf is your entire outfit. And in fact, if the only thing you wear is a scarf, that's a very, very strange thing. So exactly. The point is not the cheese.
If it adds up to the taste, yep, it's good. But if it changes the whole taste, It's not good. Why would I like to change the taste of something that I like?
The whole point is
Just
to
like
change the
ketchup.
taste. The point is not to just leave the taste the same. I have a saying in life: be generous with your compliments and be even more generous with your cheese.
What about ketchup?
Ketchup is pretty good. It's mostly good on fries. Although I do like to combine ketchup and mayonnaise together, about a half each. I would say about 1 part ketchup, 1 part mayo. It generally results in some actually pretty darn good sauce. Got the nice smooth texture of mayo and got the savoriness of ketchup.
Well, I hate mayo.
Well, I mean, I don't like mayo on its own. Nobody does.
No, I'm saying like even if it's not on its own, I hate it. I don't like it.
I don't think you've
I
tried
don't
my
like the
sauce yet.
texture.
I don't think you've tried my sauce yet. I think you're missing out.
No, it's like everything is the same to me. Like cheese, ketchup, mayo, everything of
Hope just doesn't like food. That's what it is.
I love food, but I don't like the stuff that changes the taste. I like
That's what
the good
spices are
amount.
for. You told me you love spices.
I love spices because
Exactly.
spices
But you don't love
adds
things
up
that change
to.
the taste.
No, what? Wait. I meant like get something like if you like oh my god like if we cook chicken on its own, no salt, no peppers, no spices, nothing, how does it like taste?
I'm sorry, say that again? I was doing something at OBS.
Oh
You're gonna...
no. Okay, tell me my lord is fish dude, like
Wait,
if you cook chicken alone with no salt or pepper or any spices or any adds up or anything, how would the chicken taste?
it depends on how you cook it. Because you can cook chicken to be either dry and horrible and taste like sand, or you can cook it to be with its own natural juices where it's actually super juicy and super tender. Then it tastes really good. So it really depends on how you cook it.
No. Now you're talking about the texture of the chicken. You're not talking
The
about the
texture
chicken.
affects the taste. When the texture is
No.
dry, that means all of the juices of the chicken have come off, and the juices are no longer affecting the flavor, but they affect the texture and the flavor at the exact same time.
Okay, we need to get Ramsey in here because
Ramsey would agree
I
with me.
don't agree. No, what? A chicken could be like juicy, but it doesn't taste like anything.
What world do you live in?
What chicken do you eat?
Normal chicken.
Normal chicken too. So
I thought you
I
knew how to
don't know.
cook. I thought I was the one who didn't know how to cook, but here I am teaching you basic concepts about cooking.
I know how to cook.
Do you
I'm
now?
just surprised that you don't know how to eat.
I know how to eat.
No, you just eat. You don't know how to eat.
The,
There's a
be- the
difference.
best chicken is when it's cooked right, so that way it falls off the bone. That's the best type of chicken, and the juices are what greatly contribute to that. And the juices change the texture and the flavor at the exact same time, so there's not really any separating them in that particular context. Other contexts maybe, but not that particular context.
I think we should change the stream title to Chicken Dilemma.
No, I think we'd be running around like a chicken with its head cut off, which is an actual thing, by the way, and really strange.
It's not. What?
Yeah, I had friends who
What do you mean?
have actually farmed chickens and had to execute them, and because not all the chicken's brain is in its head, so the chicken can actually survive for a few days without a head, and it's really creepy and
Ew.
strange.
No, it's scary and it's. I can't believe that. I don't believe it. What
Well,
do you mean
look
it
it
can
up.
run around for a couple of days?
There have been chickens who have had like their entire or most of their head cut off and survived for a couple of days being spoon fed. They can't really fend for themselves because they can't see or anything, but it is really strange. So running around like a chicken with your head cut off is a reference to a real phenomena.
Do you even
I think
listen
Hope
to
just
what you're
lost.
saying? What do you mean by running without head? Like,
You're used to the human
there's
conception
a
of a head.
hole in her body. Like, there's no head. Have you ever thought about blood coming out? Maybe?
Have you ever heard of clots, the body's solution to holes?
But not when you cut the head off.
No, seriously. That's how chickens can run around with their heads cut off for a few days. Literally.
Wait. My lord, this fish dude is saying survived for a few months? What?
Yeah, that's one chicken. That's your average chicken can survive. Can sometimes, if it goes just right, and if they're a hardy enough chicken, they can survive for a few days. But one chicken did survive for a few months because part of his head was missed, and like he had a section of his lower beak still left. Like, so that'll tell you kind of roughly where it was, and he survived for a couple of months being spoon fed. It's like, enough now. I think you lost the appetite that you had earlier.
Well, that's weird. I need to search of this.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
that's
very,
strange.
very strange. It's just because chickens don't work like humans. Which is...
I know, but like the basic concept of someone surviving with no head.
Have you heard of
What?
reptiles?
That's so strange.
Reptiles do it all the time.
You're getting hungry while we're talking about
I know, that was
chicken
my
with no
thought too.
head.
That was my thought too. I'm like, what kind of cannibal do we got here?
You're scary, dude.
And you were talking about killing me just a few minutes ago.
No, that's not scary. That's the dessert. That's like, mwah.
Aha, I see. Like me, I'm me scary.
No,
It's-
not
well-
you, scary.
Hope is not hard to scare, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Well, I was offering you, I was like roasting you. You weren't supposed to agree.
But you were stating facts. I can easily get scared. Just tell me a story about something scary, like especially with the like ghosts and stuff like these. Oh my god, I get so scared. Like maybe I can. Even
Oh, he's
sleep at
hiding in the
night.
shadows. Oh, he's hiding in the shadows.
Yeah. So can you tell us a scary story?
I think he's just waiting to jump scare you. Which I'm gonna get behind because you were trying to kill me earlier.
Oh no, yes. If we like started telling scary stories, Dexter would be like a nightmare.
I'm not gonna actually tell scary stories because I know some that are real, and yeah. Don't want to actually mention any of those.
What do you mean unreal? What?
Like I said, not gonna mention any of those.
Like you're talking about souls and stuff?
He's coming for them toes. He's coming for them toes.
So what scares you the most, Lourdes Fish Dude? What's
Being out of
the
water.
most scary thing? Oh yes, that's a good answer. But really, what's like the scariest thing?
Being out of water.
Okay. I'm trying to like
Being
get a
out of water.
conversation.
You're not good at conversation.
I'm trying to. Okay, he's like not replying. I think he's telling us like a big story coming up. Like one time someone tried to fish me out of the water, but I hold on. So, yep, here we go. I want to take some friends up to the cabin and have a friend with chainsaw. What? And scary masks and scare everyone.
You're messed up,
Oh,
dude.
that's a prank. That like they were trying to prank everyone, right?
That's a messed up prank, man. You're gonna lose those friends. I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna be like, that was so messed up on so many levels. I'm not gonna be friends with you anymore.
I wish I had those types of pranks. The pranks I got was like lighting up something in your toes while sleeping.
What? Lighting your toes while you're sleeping?
Not lighting your literal toes. I meant like lighting something with it like between your toes while sleeping.
Making your toes smoke?
Yeah. Like, you know, like Tom and Jerry, when Jerry used to prank Tom the same way?
What?
And Tom. What? Tom and Jerry. Do you know the cartoon?
I have never watched that. The what now?
Really? You've never watched Tom and Jerry?
No, I haven't.
Oh no, we can't be friends anymore. I'm so sorry.
You don't like mayonnaise.
That's like.
You also don't like hamburgers. So I'm not exactly sure why you think this friendship is viable anyway, huh?
That's something else. That's food. But Tom and Jerry is like my literal
childhood. Here's the thing for you. Food. You need food to survive. You don't need Tom and Jerry to survive.
Yep, you need Tom and Jerry to survive. Like, do you know the lessons we get from Tom and Jerry?
Not nearly as good as surviving. Because here's my thing. If you can't be alive, you can't actually even get a chance to watch Tom and Jerry if you're not alive in the first place. So food kind of takes priority.
But like,
and also I had like 5 viewers at the start of stream and they left because Hope joined and started talking about food. Thanks, Hope.
Well, I will hide in the shadows now.
I'm not really sure why you want to scare yourself in the dark, but go have a party.
No, I meant like hiding so people will be back.
No, you'll just jump scare them.
Yep, and then make them leave again. So, goodbye, everyone. Leave. I'm going to scare you anyways.
FBI, please don't pay attention to that last comment. We're not going to mention that. Please do not track her down, and definitely don't send an attack helicopter.
She lives in Egypt.
Has that ever stopped the CIA before? Creeps up behind, whispers, "Hello there," and leaves again.
Oh my god, that's so scary. Imagine
being at night and hearing
doing that to you.
Just imagine it being at night and hearing, "Hello there."
You
Fish
know
Dude
what,
knows exactly
my lord,
what I'm talking
it's
about.
Fish Dude. I'm going to tell you something that's very real.
Fish Dude knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Wait, I didn't even tell the story yet.
Too bad.
Do you know that Croft? No. Forget about.
Hey, you're not telling stories on me.
I am telling a story on you.
This is my stream, not your stream. I tell stories on you, not the other way around.
I am so excited to die just to scare off Croft and just to start pranking him and and haunting him and give him the worst days of his life.
I'm not really sure where you think that ghosts actually exist.
They do exist. I'm going to show you.
Oh, they don't. Any ghost stories originate from actual demons.
Oh no, let's not talk about demons now because it's 11 p.m. where I live, so it's about to be bedtime, so I don't want to be scared thinking about demons and stuff.
I thought you lived off suffering. How are you suffering then? Because if you live off suffering, that means you cause the suffering of others and survive because of it. 11 p.m. Oh, you guys are in the same time zone then.
Yeah. It's
You could
11
get
plus
married to
now.
another guy on this stream, Hope. Keep up your streak. You know, last stream you got married to one of my viewers, and then this stream you'll get married to another viewer. And then divorced and had kids and the whole thing, and I ran out of fuel. Darn.
Oh god.
Well, I guess it's death for me. I'm gonna plummet to my death. Come on. Come on.
So can we get biscuit and sugar on stream?
I did jump. Can we what now?
Can we get biscuit and sugar on stream?
I don't have any cameras. I don't even have any way to show Discord on stream.
You don't
Wait.
need cameras. They will just meow and like tell you their life stories. And I'm sure you will understand them.
Oh, I'm sure.
By the way, Biscuit and Sugar are my cats. So
You
Biscuit
can tell
is
she
like
likes food.
What?
I said you can tell she likes food.
Yeah, they like food. What do you mean?
No, you can
Of
tell
course they
Hope
like
likes
food.
food. Wait, I need to get my
Oh,
oxygen back.
yeah. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I do like food, and I like naming pets off of food names
You're weird.
because it's cute.
Hope, you have a very strange definition of cute. You want snackos. Well, I'm sure you can buy something at the store, my man.
Give me some. I want some too.
Don't listen to Hope. She's just going to take everything from you and then ruin your life.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and I made it to the core successfully without dying. Get back here. Goodness, that is a lot of fire.
So can we like one day watch our movie on stream with you?
Copyright strike much?
Is that a good idea?
No.
Why? We like
Like I said, copyright strike much?
I don't think a
Yes, they
watch
do.
party.
Marvel.
Even watch parties?
Yeah, Marvel loves their, because it's Disney, you know, Disney. They love their copyright stuff.
Who said we're going to watch Disney or Marvel?
Disney owns everything, have you not heard?
No, I haven't heard.
Disney literally owns, like, the entire the entire movie business. One of your thoughts,
Really?
fire. That would cook a fish, man. So I guess that would be one of your nightmares.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, Disney owns, like, the entire movie business. Anything with, like, Sony and stuff, those are not really... Those are just... Disney kind of mostly owns them, too. So they own, like, a majority in just about every single movie company out there. Only one that they don't own is, like, DreamWorks. And DreamWorks
Like
is...
even horror movies?
Like even what now?
Even horror movies, they own all the horror movies because Disney is like, yeah, I could understand like Disney owns Pirates of the Caribbeans, like the cartoon stuff.
Well, that's what most people think. So, but Disney owns like most of the horror franchises as well, because they're made by movie studios, and Disney does a whole ton of movie studios because they own the biggest franchises in the world now. Gives them a lot of power over other franchises. Like MCU is one of the bigger franchises in the world, and like Harry Potter and like all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know
what's the
Disney
dog do?
owns Harry Potter.
I don't have a dog. I'm sorry, man. Need to fill that one up. Now, Hope is in Egypt. She Kind of already said that.
Yep, I'm Egyptian and I live in Egypt.
That's where her strange accent comes from.
What do you mean strange accent? Wait, what do you mean?
I knew I was gonna get a reaction with that. You're tired. I don't blame you, it's like 11.
Hey, my lord is fish dude. Do I have a weird accent?
He's Norwegian, so probably. Or Norwegian, or however you like to say it. Not anymore.
Don't get him angry.
I don't know. Like a little bit. It doesn't want to offend you. I, on the other hand, have no qualms.
I believe my accent is different, but it's not strange.
Do you not know that strange means different?
No,
I am standing perfectly on top of this
like
triangle.
an offending way. Like you're offending me. Like you have a strange accent. I don't.
You do. Strange to me. Strange to most of the European and Western countries. Strange to your country, no. And guess what? Strange to your country, I have a strange accent. Because guess what? I have an American accent. It's not an offensive thing.
Accent to me.
That's because Egypt is used to hearing American accents, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
America, on the other hand, not used to hearing Egyptian accents. Oh, you're too tired for this? I don't blame you, man.
We're sorry. We're sorry.
Except hope isn't.
No, I am. Oh yes, I'm tired generally, but I'm not tired of this.
It's just not sorry in general. Just goes through life, just figuring out how to kill me over and over again.
Oh, I can't roast you, but Croft can.
Roast you. I got an oven right here. Boom, roasted. At 450 degrees Fahrenheit, too. You're welcome. Now, if you like fish dinners,
Wow.
There's one. He asked.
So the most important question for you, not you, Croft, for my lord is fish dude.
Oh dear.
Which is your favorite, winter or French fries?
Wait, what now? What are French fries?
Winter.
Oh, not this again. You did not perceive all that because tired? That's okay, dude. When I'm tired, all my perception goes away, too. Winter on French fries.
No!
That's a valid answer to the question. It's a valid answer to the question.
I meant winter or French fries. Like, which one is your favorite of these two?
Just a hint, there's no correct answer. Either way, you're going to get murdered. So you might as well just give up now.
I don't think I could say yes, but it's true.
It's like, what? Yes, French fries. Winter or French fries, that is her question. Don't ask me why she asks it, because it's so dumb.
It's a good question, and I like to always ask people this question. And
his answer is fries.
Watch them. Oh, really? That's a good answer. So you don't like winter? You love summer more?
Not liking winter doesn't necessarily imply loving summer more. You could love spring more. Fall. There's 4 seasons, you know, not 2. I know in Egypt it's either
in
winter
Egypt, we
or
have
summer.
2. Yeah.
The rest of the world, however, has 4 seasons.
Yes, well, in here we have only 2. Summer or winter. We don't know.
He likes being warm. See? Humans like being warm. Hope likes being cold and wet, though. Because she has a cold and wet soul. If she has one at all. Which, the jury's still out.
I don't think you could say Hope likes to be cold and wet, because that's not a good sentence.
In northern Norway... No, I did not say hot and wet. I said cold and wet. In northern Norway, they almost always get winter. That's very true. Norway is very famous for its long winters.
Oh, okay, I'm moving there. Bye, Croft.
You will not like it.
With...
You will start complaining after a year. You'll love it the first day or so, and then you will not like it.
Why?
Because, guess what? Humans don't like the weather conditions that they're constantly subjected to. If it did nothing but rain for the rest of your life, you would start to hate rain.
I mean, the biggest...
This has been statistically proven.
Can I say now?
No.
Stop shouting in my ears. My ears hurt.
Turn your volume down. I'm not yelling.
Oh, really? You're yelling in my ears.
Nah, I'm not yelling. Turn your volume down.
Okay, so I was saying the only reason I want to move to UK is because everyone is saying the UK is always winter and it's always gloomy and dark, and that's my favorite type of weather.
I told you guys she was crazy. You didn't believe me.
No, it's not. I'm not crazy. That's like the perfect weather.
You just proved it. I'm not crazy. This terrible weather is the perfect weather. Uh-huh. Tell me more about how not crazy you are.
Like, what weather do you like? Like sun and hot and like...
I like spring. I like spring. Spring is kind of is sunny and warm, not hot, warm, and the outside temperatures are very mild. And they generally the sun helps being cheerful. What?
I've never experienced that. I've never experienced spring.
Come to the
US
and you might. Well, that's why I'm telling you about it. That's what words do.
I still prefer winter and fall, because I know fall would be like not extremely cold but still a bit chilly, right?
Yeah, fall's chilly. Spring is warm and there's also life.
But don't you like the scenery in fall? Like
the trees are pretty, but they're dying.
Everything is like...
How everything is dying? Yes, I love seeing death and destruction.
Why are you like this? What?
Why are you friends with me?
I'm telling you how beautiful it is, and you like, oh, everything is dying.
That's literally what fall is. Get over 30 Celsius most summer days? That's not bad. Not terrible. We had a couple of, well, hold on, let me do some Googling real fast, because I don't know Celsius. 86 Fahrenheit is not bad at all. That's actually pretty darn temperate. Let me see. We had... I don't know how to spell. Yeah, we had, in our summer, actually, a bit recently, we had 46-degree Celsius weather. Which, that was definitely interesting for a few days there.
46 degrees? That's
Yep.
too hot.
That was a heat wave. It was actually a historic heat wave. There's never been a heat wave like it before.
Yeah, we had the same, but I don't know the actual numbers. But it was like we were dying.
You're dying.
Like
Well,
6
you're still
degrees
alive, so.
It's like the best.
Yeah,
weather.
there was
It's
a
not too
national
cold.
heat wave in America, and up in Washington, where I'm at, where we live in a semi-arid climate. Washington is not all rain. Where we live, we got 115 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like 40. What did I say? 46? Did I say 46? I think it's. Yeah, 46. 46.1 in Celsius. I think it got up as high as 120, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I know for sure we got to 115. But get 40 Celsius at sometimes. Yeah, that's a fairly average summer. Yeah,
That's
pretty
a hot summer. That's not average. That's hot.
Average here. It's also average in Egypt. Well, some parts of Egypt.
Yeah,
anyway.
but we call it the hot days. Like, it's not like something.
That's when everyone uses air conditioning.
Yeah, that's true.
And in Britain, they do not have air conditioning though, so watch out.
They don't need it.
They do sometimes. When they do need it, they really need it, and then everyone's like, "Oh my God, there's no air conditioning. It's so hot, horrible."
But like, when do they need it? Like for 3 days in the whole year?
In summer, there's often a couple of months, every few years or so, where they need it, but they don't have it. But it's literally not designed into the houses. I don't think Hope likes swimming. I don't know, Hope, do you like swimming?
No, I don't like swimming. I get scared.
You get scared. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of emotes. What emote is that? Oh, it's that one. Okay. Pretty close to another emote I used to use. But it's clearly not the same one. Interesting. I have not seen that emote used a ton. So all I'm doing really is just flying around, making sure to get all of the resources out of the sky to the best of my ability. Because when the resources are in the sky, I can't harvest them.
No, I didn't pass out. I'm just like trying to pet my cat because she's like demanding pets right now.
She's trying to wrap her mind around 46-degree weather. That's what's happening.
Yeah, 46 is like too hot for me.
That was a national record. It was hot for everybody.
Yeah, but still 6 degrees.
It's like,
is
darn
like
it, she
the
didn't pass
best
out.
weather.
Why do I keep finding random bits of terrain that have spawned back in? Never mind, this is a rock. Why do you look like terrain then, huh?
So, on to the next question. Cats or dogs?
I mean, I'm allergic to cats, so my answer has kind of been picked for me by nature. But cats are cute. Cats are sweet. Fish Dude says both. So you're not watching chat.
Both is a good answer. Okay, I will let you live because you said both. Good for you. That's a good answer. But
what, is my answer not good?
No. And I can't even like find reasons why we should stay friends.
My answer is not my fault. I had no choice when I was made allergic to cats when I was born. I I told you about the time when I will still pet cats. When I see them, I'll still pet them. I just have to be very careful and wash my hands and not touch my face. But that means I can't have a cat. So if I have to pick between cats and dogs, I have to pick dogs. But I pick rabbits anyway, so whole discussion is
you're a rabbit dude. And I think rabbits suit you, like, better. Oh, I dare you? Well, I'm going to feed you to my cats.
And you just watch out because the kitten especially will eat you alive. You thought she was going to kill you and then feed you to her cats. No, that's how she kills you. She feeds you to her cats.
Yep.
Don't ask how I know. Like I'm gonna nom then. Not if you're knocked out. With deadly narrow.
The kitten, the little one, Sugar, will eat you alive. You won't even have time to scream.
Well, not if you're knocked out with a deadly neurotoxin, then there's nothing you can do.
Fish can't eat kittens. What? You guys are weird today. Saying some stuff like...
Biscuit doesn't like fish, though. You'll have to remember. Or did you?
Yeah,
that's
forget. Why I said Sugar. Sugar would eat them, but Biscuit would say, nah.
So why'd you say feed them to your cats? Alright, I'm gonna refuel. Because my jetpacks are almost dead. Like, there's a fish that's called catfish because they can eat birds. No, that's because they catfish people. Thinking with the big brain cells, you know? I'm just kidding.
So, catfishes people? What?
Yeah, you know, where do you think the name came from?
Really? How catfishes people?
Well, obviously they catfish them. What else do you expect?
Like disguise as something? Like I'm not a fish, I'm a duck?
No, they just catfish. Just catfish people.
How?
I'm teasing Hope. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like real. I thought
no, I'm teasing.
Disguise as something.
Yeah, she thought I was not. She thought I was being real.
Catfish eat birds, not catfish people. So there's something real that's called catfish?
The reason why the reason why it's called catfishing is because catfish often hide themselves in the bottom of lakes, and no, they usually lay in wait for fish, other fish, not birds. They do occasionally eat birds. They can eat birds, but so do other fish. But that's where the term catfishing came from, because it's like laying in wait for somebody and surprising them. When you think it's actually just some... when the fish thinks it's actually just some food, it turns out it's actually a predator. And that is where the term catfishing comes from. You can smell the birds through the stream of the river? No, they can't. They have eyes, they can see. Smell does not carry through water.
The bird is flying up in the sky, but the catfish is down in the water, so...
Water carries sense, but not from the air. Not enough to track something to catch it. It's not how catfish work. I took high school biology.
The bird doesn't swim, so...
Yeah, well, some birds do swim. That's when the catfish usually will strike. They'll strike at ducks, or they'll strike at birds that actually go down to eat fish. Because some birds do that. Some birds will dive into the river to catch fish, and then the predator becomes the prey when the catfish lays in wait for them.
Yeah, like seagulls. Seagulls dive into the water and catch fish, but I've never heard of other birds do that.
Lots of other birds do that. It's how a lot of birds get fed in the jungle.
You're feeding me so much new information today.
All I did is pay attention in high school biology. Like, how do you not know these things?
Okay, I'm offended.
Good, you should be. Like, your brain broke.
I took biology, but we never like took something that the bird. Especially the thing with the chicken that could survive without a head. We
That's
didn't
just paying
take that in
attention
school.
That's just paying attention to news and then doing some research on how do chickens actually work that allows that, and that's just personal research. That's not paying attention in high school biology. But the fact that a lot of birds, not just seagulls, dive into the river to get food, kind of basic biology fact. Not gonna lie. Just saying.
Well, I think I missed that class.
Must have. Must have been too focused on feeding Biscuit. Or eating Biscuit. Whichever one.
Yeah, I think eating biscuit. At that time, I was eating biscuit.
You sneezed. I'm sorry, man. Bless you. Stay blessed. And if you stay blessed, then you won't sneeze again. My buddy always says, bless you, stay blessed. And then one day I told him, do you realize that's like telling somebody, okay, you sneeze, now don't ever sneeze again. It's like, yeah, that's why I say it. And I'm like, dang.
Well, in here, we will always tell you, bless you every time you sneeze, even if you, like, sneeze 5 times. We'll still say, tell you, bless you.
My sneezes usually come in pairs. Don't ask me why, because I don't know.
I've heard someone else sneezing in pairs, and it was so, like, strange to me, because that's, like, not something common for me.
I must be a rare special gem, then.
A very special case, not gem.
Same difference. You can sneeze 3 times in a row. I sneeze lots of times in a row. It's just how much you typically sneeze in. I typically sneeze in pairs. Don't ask me why, because I do not know. I just do.
So, are you trying to get into the Guinness Book?
Me? No. Or Fish Dude?
No.
Maybe.
Yeah, Lord Fish Dude. Sneezing
Maybe.
3 times in a row.
Hold on real fast.
Have you ever heard a cat sneezes?
Yes, plenty of times.
It's so cute, right?
Ah! No! Get away from me! Oh my god, when you land, look up something on Google and then a plant gets you. Oh, that gave me a heart attack.
Oh, you have 2 cats? What are their names?
Wow.
So their names are stupid, or are they stupid?
So
Because cats can't be stupid. Cats are smart.
cats are plenty stupid. So get this. The longest sneezing fit world record is held by Donna Griffiths. She made it in September 1983, and it was for 976 days long. She sneezed an estimated 1 million times in the first 365 days and achieved her first sneeze-free day on 16 September 1983, the 977th day. So she had a sneezing fit 976 days long.
Is she even human?
I have no idea. I think she must be an android. Must also be very allergic to a lot of things.
How can someone sneezes for 900 days without like taking a break without sleeping, without eating, without doing
No,
anything
that's
else.
not without sleeping or eating. That's she was constantly that she was sneezing very often. Like you can do things during sneeze fits. Not easy, but you can. It was just her life for the 3 years.
So Lord Fish Dude has Tequila and Ninja as cats. See, I'm not the
Why is
only
it?
one
Why is it
naming
named
my best after food.
Tequila? Is not food. I don't know
Tequila
what world
is a
you live
drink.
in. Yes, that's not food.
But still,
No, not still. Just not food.
it's something like you get into your body by digesting.
Is tequila food, Ninja? Can a man survive off tequila alone?
No.
See?
But
Tequila
can
and
a
Ninja was
man
named by Mother.
after chicken alone?
No, but potatoes, yes.
I'm not talking about potatoes. I'm talking about chicken.
You're not talking about
So
potatoes,
it's a
but I
food.
am. I'm talking about potatoes. And I'm the streamer.
Have you ever had tequila?
Nope, I do not do alcohol.
Yep, me too. Maybe that's why we're friends. Finally, we found something in common because since the start
Did
of the
we now?
stream, we have been disagreeing in everything. So it's a good thing to find
I think
something
the only thing
in
that
common.
we've been agreeing on is that hope is silly.
I'm not. Why are you calling me names?
I'm not calling you names. I'm just stating facts, like you said.
No, you said I'm silly, and earlier you said my accent is strange. Wait,
Because it is. I'm not really sure. Oh goodness, fish and fire. That's a lot of fish and that's a lot of fire.
wait, how old are you, Lordfish?
That's a lot of astronium. I'm just cleaning up this astronium bit. I guess in your teens.
I think you're 16. I don't know why.
Is that your final answer, Hope?
Yep, 16.
Hope's final answer
17
is...
is like the maximum.
Hope's final answer is 16. Is she correct? Find out next episode. Teens and not 16. Hope's final answer is incorrect.
Wait, so is 16 like, are you younger than 16 or older than 16? Because I said like 16, 17 is like the maximum.
I would say 15, 14, but...
Oh, really? You think he's even younger than...
Like I'm gonna say that. Well, if you don't want us to figure it out, then don't give hints.
Well, how old do you think I am?
Old as time itself.
Wow. You really love me, do you? Right?
You're the one who
Like-
calls yourself grandma, not me.
Oh, he said 17. I was right. I said 16, 17 is the maximum. So, yay me.
Oh yes, your secondary answer was correct, so that means that you were totally, all the way, completely correct.
Yeah, I am correct. I said 17 is the maximum. Because I don't think he's older than 16. I mean 17. Yeah. But I was asking, I was curious to know, like, what do you think my age is? Because usually, when I meet new people, they always think I am younger than I really am. I don't know why.
Because people do not like to tell a woman that she's older than she actually is, so people always guess young.
Nah. Everyone, like, literally. Everyone tells me,
You don't
oh,
tell a
you're
woman.
like...
You always, whenever you guess a woman's age, I don't think you know this, but whenever you guess a woman's age, you always guess younger than you think, because you don't want to insult them and tell them that you think that they are older than they actually are. This is an actual thing.
Well, not in Egypt. In Egypt, you can.
No, in
guess,
Egypt too.
Like...
In Egypt, actually, especially, because in Egypt, age matters more, because of brides and everything. 1700 years. Yeah, I said as old as time itself, so.
1700 years, like, give or take.
This is why Hope will never be a ghost and never haunt me, because she's just eternal.
Yeah, I am actually 1800 years. So, you're just a couple of years behind.
Just a century or so off. Nothing too big. Not the end of the world.
Because, you know, pharaohs used to live for thousands of years, so... Right?
Pharaohs did not. That was...
They did.
That was made up as, propaganda. That's been proven by historical records.
Yep, I know that, and I still believe them. I still believe that they lived for thousands of years. It's a legacy, and I have to believe
their legacy did, but they did not. The most the pharaoh that lived, I think, was ever recorded was something like 150.
Yeah,
I want to say 150.
So
I don't remember. I don't remember the exact number. I'm walking on air. You bet you. I'm walking on air. I'm running on air too. I'm skating on air.
So, what's the most interesting thing about pharaohs for you?
How they oppressed an entire race of people for how many decades? Several hundred years?
That's the most impressive thing?
Nah. I'm just giving you a hard time making you feel bad.
Oh no, I'm not feeling bad. Because that was true.
It's like, you really want me to continue then? Because one thing I'm good at is making people feel bad. Just kidding, I don't want to actually make you feel bad.
Wait, is Lord Fish on my side or on your side?
It's like, suffer. No, he's just on the side of suffering. He just wants to see more suffering. That's all. It's most of Twitch chat.
Yeah, I guess so too.
He's like, I'm on nobody's side. Exactly. You just want to see people suffer.
No, you are on Fish side. I believe so.
It's like, yes, more suffer. Even if Fish suffer, he's happy. Did you hear him? He said he subsides off of suffering. That's how he survives. So I guess you could say he's on the side of suffering.
So you still didn't tell me what's the most impressive thing for you about pharaohs.
I really think about pharaohs on a day-to-day basis, because, newsflash, I don't live in Egypt. Like, all hail the fish dude! You know, didn't the Egyptians have a fish god? Or am I thinking of a different race?
Now you're thinking of a different race, but fish was a huge thing for Egyptians back then, because it was one of the main food because of the Nile.
So you mean Egypt's food source was in denial?
No, I meant the river, the Nile.
That was the joke. He's like, the what now? Denial. Have you never heard of it? It's what it's what X's live in.
Okay. Okay.
You know you got the joke.
Yeah.
Man, it really weirds me out that all this ground scatter stuff is, I just can't get rid of it. How you can survive off of dried kelp in Minecraft? You can, but it sucks. Personal experience, I can tell you, it sucks. Bike help is awful. Too tired to give a darn? I don't blame you. Well, if you have to head to bed, we won't judge you.
Yeah, I
It's
think
easy,
I'm the
but it
one
sucks.
who's going to head to bed, like, really soon. Because it's, like, almost 12 a.m. in here.
Goodness, do you have work in the morning?
I don't have work, but I have to get up early.
Why?
I have a lot of stuff to do, like some course and stuff. So.
Well, wait, look
Yeah.
at this. This planet is frozen midair. That's weird. Like, normally they have... Oh, no, it stopped. Ah, I ruined it. Wait, no, I fixed it. Wait, so hold on. If I jump up, then the plant animates again, but the animation freezes. Look, the haze freezing and everything. That is weird.
Yeah. And yeah, see ya, Lordfish. Hope you have a good night's sleep.
Yeah. I did want to talk to you about another thing, though. Which was... Because I did not plan this entire conversation to go this way. But... No, I don't care about the longest sneezing fit. Have you heard of John Calhoun? Or Calhoun, I don't know how to pronounce it.
No? Who's that?
He is a researcher, or was. He did research on mice. And what he did was he put together a mice habitat. Okay, I'm gonna drop this real fast. Anyway, he put together a mice habitat that would house about 3,000 mice, and removed the possibility of predators, and maintain the mice so that they didn't get any diseases type stuff. So basically, he just made sure to remove most of the threats from the mice from the mice's life, and every single time the mice ended up going extinct within like a couple years. The reason why they pick the mice is because they go through generations pretty quickly, so they can watch more over time essentially. But they did the experiment like 25 times, and every single time the mice ended up extinct. And it's really kind of interesting when you look at it, because the mice always...
Yeah, it is very interesting, because that means that creatures need to suffer to learn to survive, right?
Not quite. That is kind of part of the point, but they found out that in a space-limited, resource-unlimited environment, the population of mice would explode, peak out, and then collapse to extinction. This test was replicated several times. The reason for the phenomenon was found to derive from actually social decay, which worsened with each generation. Social decay led to unrest in the social environment, which in turn led to sub-replacement fertility. It's concluded that nature has a limit in which social animals can interact. The interesting thing is this actually really closely mirrors human history. That's where it really gets scary. So, the first phase was the stage where they kind of strive, where they explored and adjusted to their new habitat. They set territories. They created nests. This was with 4 pairs of mice, so 8 mice total. The second stage was known as the Exploitation Period, where the mice... Stop rolling away from me, resource. Silly graphite. Where the mice were making the most of their territory. And he observed that some compartments became more populated than others, even though all the compartments had the same space, and all of them had the same access to resources. And some units became crowded, even though they were well below the max population limit for all of the for the actual entire pen. So then it was named the equilibrium phase. Even though the pen was designed for 3,000 mice, it peaked at about 2,200. And this is where they started to observe the actual collapse of the mice civilization, because the new generations were inhibited since most space was already socially defined, as we can see in today's world. The mice showed different types of social dysfunctions. Some mice became violent. Males fought each other for exceptions, and those that were defeated withdrew, and some males became repeated targets of attacks. And then many females were unable to carry pregnancy to full term or survive the delivery of their livers as if they did. And an even greater number after successfully giving birth fell short in their maternal functions. Amongst the behavior, disturbances range from sexual deviation to cannibalism, and also from frenetic overactivity to a pathological withdrawal from which individuals would emerge to eat, drink, and move about only when other members of the community were asleep. And the animals would crowd together in greatest number in one of the 4 interconnecting pens in which the colony was maintained. And as many as 60 to 80 mice would assemble in one pen during periods of feeding. And individual mice would sometimes rarely eat except in the company of other mice. As a result, extreme population densities developed in the pen adopted for eating, leaving others with sparse populations. Kinda reminds you of cities. And in the experiments in which the behavioral sync developed, infant mortality ran as high as 96% among some of the most disoriented groups in the population. And newer generations born in the now dysfunctional mouse utopia became withdrawn. They spent their days grooming obsessively, and they devoted their time solely to eating, drinking, and sleeping. And although they placed a whole bunch of emphasis on grooming, which is mouse for make yourself look pretty and sexy, how else can I say it? They would not reproduce.
Yeah.
And these mice were also noted to be, in his words, stupid, which is kind of funny compared to previous generations. And the population plummeted, actually, in this 4th phase. So this is kind of interesting. This is where you see.
It is very interesting.
Like where all
and
kinds of.
I can see like how this experiment can be like true in real life, because I've always believed we need something that happens in our lives that we survive off, not just like basic needs of survival. I mean like, I'm going to sound weird here, but we need to suffer, because suffering makes us learn, which is like a huge part of evolution. So I've heard that in some countries that has the conditions there are very good for people. Like, I mean, they have decent jobs, they have basically everything that they actually need. The suicidal rate there is pretty high, and I was confused. Like, first when I heard about this situation, like if they have everything and their lives like basically is good for us or for everyone that doesn't have the same thing, why are they sad? Why are they depressed? Because of the same thing, because their lives become like not interesting anymore. They already have everything and it's not interesting, so
Utopias
there's nothing to
don't work.
live for.
Utopias don't work. I've noticed that many historians have mentioned that there are several how do you call it? There are several struggling for words, but essentially there are a whole bunch of cycles to human history, and those cycles are all having to do with struggle, having to do with struggle producing strong generations, and then those strong generations producing times with lack of struggle, and those times with lack of struggle producing weak generations, which produce times of more struggle. However, there has been a trend in human history where times of lack of struggle have been getting better and times of struggle have been getting worse. So we're essentially oscillating farther and farther each time. And that oscillation is getting out of control. As you can tell, we kind of have a time of adversity right now. Did you just give that to me? No, you didn't. Okay, good. These auto arms are functioning slowly for some reason. Good night. Alright, I'll see you later.
Good night.
Fish dude.
Thanks for joining.
The times of adversity are here and now. And even though a lot of people don't realize it, but these are times of social diversity. Because before, we had a problem with, like, economic and... Good night, fish dude. Have a good one. Thank you very much for dropping by the way. I really appreciate it. Hope to see you again. But even though a lot of people don't realize it, there are times of diversity actually right now for a lot of people, and there's social struggle, not physical struggle as before. Where before we had issues with like limited resources or limited ability to produce, but here we have a lot of our problems going. The almighty fish lord is here. He shall take your place for now. Sounds good to me. I mean, what could be a better representation than the almighty, right? But the interesting thing is that these the fundamental struggle has changed, and humans have not adapted to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been told since I was like a teen that human hearts have ups and downs. If it's a straight up line, it's not a good sign. so is our lives. Our lives must have ups and downs in order for us to learn and live actually a good life. If your life is all bad, or if your life is all good, you won't appreciate life if it's all the same.
It's not all good then.
Yeah, you need the bad times in order to appreciate the good times, right?
Yeah.
If you have good times all the way of your lives, all the way up, so you won't even appreciate the good times because you don't know how does the bad times feel like, right?
Yeah, and there are modern cases of behavioral sync that this study mentions as well, and like behavioral sync in humans. So, let's talk about Germany for a second. This is also kind of applicable to Spain and Japan, but mostly about Germany. In Germany, one of the newspapers reports of a growing problem of population condensation in its large cities and of ghost towns in rural areas. Rent is soaring in Munich and Hamburg, while in other cities, entire apartment buildings stand abandoned. While this example is not a perfect representation of the mouse utopia, we can make some comparisons. The mice pen was compartmentalized, and similarly, Germany is divided into different regions, all with ample resources. And some is driven by labor demand, and some is driven by lack of labor. The phenomena is that crowded cities become more crowded over time, and less population-dense areas like the country become less crowded over time. And this leads to social unrest and lower fertility rates. We look in South Korea and Japan. there is a depopulation, which is actually a lot of experts have actually argued that South Korea is a huge depictor of what will happen in the United States, and what is currently on its way to happening in the United States, which is depopulation. South Korea is currently
depopulation?
South Korea is currently experiencing depopulation. Yeah. Which depopulation stands for the reproduction rate being below normal, which the U.S. is already at reproduction rate of about 1.5. So 1.5 kids per couple on average, which is
Really?
already
I've
not
never
replacing.
thought of the U.S. having a depopulation problem because of how the U.S. nature is. Because we have discussed this before. Like saying the U.S. has like different lots of people of different nationalities in different countries. So
yeah, but the U.S. does struggle with depopulation, even though the U.S. Has a large influx of new people from other countries and everything. So the depopulation, because we have such a massively growing population already, it doesn't really factor into the news or anything at the moment. But we do have a birth rate of 1.5 per couple, so that's not it's going to hit us soon. Probably in the next couple years as this next generation starts to grow up. But it's kind of fascinating
really?
And yet terrifying.
Because I think it's different. I think it's the U.S. is different because I think the U.S. is always a destination for people who want to like immigrate. So I don't see the U.S. in comparison to
The
South
U.S.
Korea.
will only be a destination as long as there is something to be, as long as there is something there to go to, which that is going away as well. And South Korea used to be a destination for a lot of people, especially for North Koreans. So the idea that because it's a destination, it should survive doesn't necessarily follow.
But the diversity in the U.S. is way different than the diversity in the South Korea.
Yeah, but newsflash, people are still people, no matter what their race is. If we look at South Korea's fertility rate per woman,
I'm talking like, yeah, people immigrate from North Korea to South Korea, or from like the neighboring countries, but the U.S. gets people from the whole planet, literally.
well, yeah, that's why the depopulation is not hitting the news and not hitting not getting major attention right now, because of that factor limiting all of the. It's not letting attention be drawn to it. So South Korea's fertility rate per woman is at 1.24. So we can predict that this nation of 50 million will peak out by 2017. This article was written a while ago, and it did peak out actually. From there, the population is expected to decrease to 42 million by 2050, and it's kind of on track for that right now. The source of this decline is lack of jobs and thus lack of income needed to rear children. Like in many other nations, the job ladder is stuck as older people retire later in life. South Korea, like Japan, had a booming job market which guaranteed lifetime employment. Sadly, this is no longer the case. The jobs from the cities attracted many away from the countryside and created a population concentration in cities such as Seoul. I think that's how you pronounce it. Depopulation presents our species with an ever-growing problem, since sub-replacement fertility is becoming more prevalent in the developed world. If we look at Japan, we see that Japan now faces actually precipitous depopulation. It's estimated to drive down Japan's population to 87 million, down from 127 million by 2050. In economic terms, it would be as catastrophic as Japan's has had an advanced welfare state, like that of the United Kingdom. It depends on having a larger tax base than a retiree base. The problem is getting so out of hand that in Japan, the Japanese government is even considering immigration, which is currently not allowed to Japan. It's very hard to get an immigration to Japan. Sub-replacement fertility is also being noted in the Republic of Korea, Spain, Germany, China, Russia, US, UK, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. So this is a fairly global issue. not just in South Korea. But if we do notice in South Korea, a large portion of sub-replacement fertility, the reason why is because young men are not getting married. And depopulation is the effect of young men not getting married.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see what you're talking about.
Because women are the gatekeepers of the bedroom, men are the gatekeepers of the relationship. And that's just because women can choose who to date, but men choose whether they want to enter into the relationship because often the men are the ones providing the resources for said relationship. So, then if we want to talk about senseless aggression, this is kind of a worldwide phenomena. I think we can kind of see from all the in the U.S. all the school shootings and all the riots over various different minor things that are super violent, and then police brutality, which is an international issue, but also a hugely U.S. issue. But there's a case study here, and that's of Easter Island. Aggression is an obvious aspect in the Mice Utopia and in the East Island case. And the East Island was let me see. East Island was a densely forested island in about 900 AD, and it was capable of sustaining numerous tribes at a relatively high population. So it had a lot of resources and everything. Condition of the islanders was similar to Calhoun's mice. On an isolated island with a lush environment, a group of human settlers arrived on boats. The settlers could thrive with almost endless resources without natural predators or external factors of stress. And that's kind of important to remember. I'm going to change this out real fast, because I need to keep cleaning up as we go.
But I have a question. Didn't Germany have the same problem before? The depopulation? But not because of the same reasons. It was because of the age difference. There were lots of old people and too young people. There was no in between. So I think that's why they had that problem.
I'm not clear on why. I just know that Germany does have a sub-replacement fertility currently, just like the US, just like the UK, and just like South Korea. I don't necessarily know why, but in my opinion, the why is not super important as important as the fact that it is happening and we need to acknowledge it. However, the why is part of the solution, I guess. So there could be an argument made for either one, but I do know that Germany is experiencing sub-replacement fertility rates, but I have no idea why. And right now, I mean, I could do research on it, but I have not done research on it yet. But the islanders on East Island began to compete with each other more and more fiercely for ever-declining natural resources. Vendettas multiplied and intertribal warfare flared, and the islanders eventually used up all the trees, and so then there were no trees to build boats to escape the island, so there was no escaping, and they eventually pretty much all died horrible, gruesome deaths in a hellhole of their own creation. Because things like cannibalism stalked the island, and yeah, no need to go deeper in that. It's not pretty. But aggression is an obvious aspect. It's both obvious in the senseless aggression, not just like normal aggression, but senseless aggression is an obvious aspect in both the Mice Utopia and in that East Island case. It's also easily comparable to our society in this present day. Violence has always existed in our species, kind of a part of how we function as a species of humans. And like assuming that you're a human. I don't know necessarily if you are, but
I don't think so.
I think you must be from Mars.
Yeah, I'm Martian. Yeah.
I
Do
knew
you
it.
know that actually my best friends in high school used to call me Emma the Martian?
No, but I'd kind of believe it considering you are a Martian.
Yep, they used to tell me, yeah, you're a Martian because of how weird my thoughts were for them.
Your toes.
Not toes, my thoughts. My
I.
thoughts. Did I pronounce it right now?
Oh, your thoughts.
Yep.
Oh, that's very different from toes.
I didn't say toes.
You said toes. You said not my
I
toes,
did.
my toes. I'm like, dude,
My thoughts.
your thoughts. That's very different.
Yep. They've always believed that my thoughts were weird and different. That's why they call me the Martian.
Yeah, you're strange. Anyway, but the main source of aggression in the mice utopia were young males fighting for acceptance. And this appears to have led to a spiral of other societal problems because young males were largely rejected because the females had a large choice of males, and and so therefore a young male's individual chance of being accepted into social culture was lower. And I mean that's kind of obviously happening today. Um, there were 3 times the number of young mice. I am falling. I am falling. There we go. There were 3 times the number of young mice aspiring to enter social groups as there were vacancies in those established groups. And it's often the cause of societal breakdown, as we all know. But what was the cause of the aggression? It could have been a lack of space, but they weren't up to the full capacity of the colony. But it was not a lack of physical space, in fact, that the researchers argued, but a lack of societal space. Because all of the territory was socially defined. So that set into motion the series of events.
So those were they left out?
Essentially, yeah. Because it alienated
like
large... What?
Like the movie Divergent? Did you see it?
I have seen it, but I don't really understand how that's relevant. Perhaps you could explain?
I meant because those were the ones that didn't fit into like a social group.
Oh, well, that's kind of an extreme case. That's far from a utopia. That's kind of a dystopian case.
I don't know. That's how I imagined it.
Well, no, we're talking about things that are actually going on today. But I mean, I understand where you're coming from, I think. They're just, it's just not quite that public, shall we say.
Yeah, I do understand what you're talking about.
Then there is the whole breakdown of gender roles, which, by the way, this is very controversial. And so, I'm not going to tell anybody how to think. These are just my perspectives, my unfiltered opinions, and this is Amal's unfiltered opinions, and we're just 2 friends having a chat about it. So if you feel offended, please feel free to just leave. If you want to have a reasonable discussion, then please feel free to have a reasonable discussion, and we'll chat with you, but we're not here to offend anybody, and we're also not here to have an all-out argument. But anyway, with that said, there was actually a large break in the mouse culture. There was a large breakdown in gender roles, and we know that's already happening. But if we look at this topic if we look at the topic of breakdown of gender roles in our society from the perspective of another species, we might be able to kind of see what's going on, and understand more. So in the mouse, the limited space and a boom in the population caused the males to fight to be accepted. Since not all mice can be alpha males, the losers would withdraw. So there were excess males fighting for dominance, the older males would give up, leaving the females to fend for the family. And these females who were left to fend for the family, they were basically single mothers. these females, as a result, became increasingly aggressive, and some actually even began attacking their own offspring. And there have been actually, it's kind of easy to draw parallels to the real world from this, because in the real world there have been actually several cases where there have been mothers who actually murdered their children. Several cases in the past decade or so. As time progressed, they became increasingly aggressive, and they fell short of their maternal expectations. They began acting more like male mice. In recent years, there have been an increasing amount of cases of child neglect and abuse by human mothers that have made it to national headlines in the U.S. National headlines, not just small local headlines, but national ones. So big, significant issues. It's not hard to it's not hard to speculate that, honestly, there's probably a lot that we haven't heard, but those are just the ones that made it to national news.
Okay.
In Australia, the police have actually released some reports that attribute half of the nation's infanticide to mothers. And in the U.S., it's actually around 60% of infanticide is from the mothers. Which is not something that we think about, because we usually think about mothers as the nurturing creatures, but not all things are.
They are what?
Usually, we think of mothers as nurturing creatures who nurture and care and everything, but it's not always the case. There are the more notorious cases the media often publishes, the less extreme cases go unnoticed or underreported or unreported entirely. In the last few decades, there have been a string of stories in the media that, which, when examined as a whole, tell us that women are starting to lose their natural instinct to nurture. We know that women in developed nations are suppressing maternal instincts either intrinsically or extrinsically. This is just statistical fact. This is not saying anything about individual women. It's also becoming more common for women to seek a sexual-fueled lifestyle, something that was also observed in the mouse utopia. The mice became more promiscuous in the mouse utopia, and mice would roam around attacking others or mounting them irrespective of gender. The incidence of conception in the mice females declined, and resorptions of the fetuses increased. Maternal behavior was disrupted, and some mothers, in desperate searches for quieter areas, abandoned the young that fell on the way. And as the behavior in the pen deteriorated, females would abandon their offspring, leaving them to fend for themselves, with no parents around to teach them how to be well-adjusted mice. They were prematurely rejected, first by their fathers, and then by their mothers, and then by established groups in the community, and they grew up without knowing how to behave personally or socially as mice. We have that exact same issue today in society.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, we have a lot of humans that don't know how to human. And in some cases, I would be included in that category of humans that don't know how to human. I'm not very good at social stuff. Which is weird that I'm a streamer then.
Well, I do believe this is a very, very common issue in today's society. Well, I believe it's because of the way we live our lives today, the technology and stuff. I know this sounds weird because people always believe that technology made a lot of stuff easier. It did, but it made the socializing thing and how to be a human is non-existent. It's not there.
It did
because people used to depend on technology a lot, and the people are used to express more. Social media generally gave the people the power to express their opinions, which is something good if it's used right, but it's actually bad in a lot of cases because the ability of people to express their opinion in a very honest and sometimes aggressive way without actually caring about the person reading, because there is no contact, there is no physical contact. You're not
You don't force the.
you're
You
not
don't face the consequences.
yeah, exactly. um when people in like the old days, with no social media and stuff, if you have to face someone, you have to actually face them, look at them in the eyes, and talk to them.
This is not to say that we had no problems earlier. This is just that we had different problems that were perhaps less severe. They were still problems, but just had different problems.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how people used to deal with those problems.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
um
Just saying that because some people could misconstrue, and I'm just trying to make sure that nobody on Twitch misconstrues. Because
yeah,
it's very easy to do.
people back in the days um used to hold the responsibility of their actions. Now they don't at all. They don't care. They just put their opinions and their words out there without actually thinking, as if no one will read.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So there was so gender roles as a species, I would argue, are actually vital to survival. Without with the breakdown of these, as we're breaking down gender roles currently, they lead to self-replacement, fertility, depopulation, and eventually extinction. So we'll have to reconstruct the gender roles that we destroyed. There were very good reasons why those gender roles were destroyed, because they weren't really good for either gender, but at the same time, there was also a mechanic in them that allowed survival, and we have often failed to realize that. Then there is social withdrawal, which is individuals often only emerging to eat when the rest are asleep, and sleep when the rest are awake. The first thing that came to the person who wrote the article, the first thing that came to their mind was the Hikomori in Japan. It's termed to refer to reclusive adolescents who are too introverted to function in society. They're youth that are so socially inept that they shut themselves indoors, and they only venture out at night to stock up on groceries. And this has been occurring for 20 years, but it's only recently coming to light in Japan. And these hikikomori are estimated to number over 1 million. Something that alarmed the Japanese government they've been unable to tackle the issue because they don't understand it. An entire generation of young Japanese have been born into a society where all space is already socially defined, just like in the Mice Utopia, where the new generations were inhibited since most space was already socially defined. So they're inhibited in a very similar way. But this trend is not exclusive to Japan. Japan, however, is just a very close approximation of the Mice Utopia experiment for humans. Under the stress, these boys and men, strangely, it actually uniquely affects boys and men. It doesn't affect females because females are much more readily accepted in society. Why that is, you could speculate it's because of like reproductive issues, but I'm not entirely sure. But withdrawal is a cause for depopulation and the effect of an overstressed society, which is in turn caused by the behavioral sink. And whether or not you agree with them, there are actually significant movements with men today withdrawing from society entirely. And personally, I don't think it's going to help our society, and I don't think it's healthy, but that doesn't change the fact that there are still movements about that. And there are entire movements that are based around that. But there's also what is called the beautiful ones, which I call the TikTok generation.
TikTok generations.
Yeah. These quote unquote beautiful ones were the mice that were that they had no interest in seeking relationships with the opposite sex of whatever gender they were. They they're not homosexual, nor are they asexual. The difference between them and the beautiful mice and the Hikomori or the Soshoku Keidanshe, which are another stereotype, is that they're withdrawing from all relationships, and that those people are withdrawing from society altogether. The grass eaters were not asexual. They preferred to, have a bunch of it, but they didn't ever form relationships. But they spent a lot of time in personal grooming. They were mostly grooming, eating, and sleeping. They didn't necessarily reproduce. So the correlation appears to be that the individuals are not conforming to a stressed societal model and are opting out of relationships and a gender role. And in fact in Japan, this has actually become so numerous that actually you now hear about Japanese girls, and especially girls all over the place, initiating courtships or relationships. And this is most pronounced in Japan apparently, but it's actually applicable to other developed nations. I've seen it happen in the US, where it's more in vogue for women to initiate relationships, and in fact, there have actually been studies shown that when women try to initiate their relationship, they have a 90% success rate. So there's only a 10% chance of them getting rejected. Now, that rejection is the biggest fear for females in trying to seek relationships, but that 90% success rate shows that those fears are unfounded. However, the fact that they are going to those extremes where they are initiating the relationships where women are traditionally the ones who typically wait and are asked shows how much gender roles are broken down in our society. In South Korea, actually, 10% of men wear makeup, which I did not know.
10% wear makeup?
10% of men wear makeup in North Korea, apparently. I did not know that. I did not wear makeup. I mean, I'll wear, I guess you could call it cologne, kind of, for, Sundays and going out and everything, so I don't smell like a homeless dude. Just to, smell nice, but I don't consider that makeup, and I don't think you would either.
No, that's not makeup.
They're talking, eyeliner and foundation and really weird stuff to me. But the Mice Utopia, when you think about it, kind of presents us with a stark vision of our present and of our future, where we as a race are headed towards extinction. As time progresses, we often see more evidence that we're heading for a decline in population. We're on the verge. Our population is still growing, by the way. Global population is still going up, but we're headed for a very sharp decline in global population. We've developed a very human-centric worldview, but humans, at the end of the day, we're still animals. We're highly advanced animals, but we're animals nonetheless. The rules of nature that apply to mice still apply to us. When a species has no predators, the species becomes sociologically declines, and it eventually crashes. That's why actually all the alien movies, whenever they talk about how the humans were invaded by aliens, whenever the humans managed to repel the alien invaders somehow, I don't even know how that's realistic. I don't even think that if we had alien invaders, I don't know if we would be able to repel them. But
oh, don't you think?
In human movies, when humans inevitably repel the aliens, then because of that common enemy, then they unite. And I think that's probably the only way that humans can unite, is against something else. Which is kind of weird and kind of sad also.
Yeah. But it's the main point we talked about earlier, that humans have to suffer from something in order to in order for evolution to happen, you know. And plus the point you were just talking about, if we have a common enemy, yeah, humans will get together. Like how, like what's a common enemy right now? Everyone is fighting.
Not really a common enemy that everyone's fighting. Everyone's fighting each other, pretty much. I guess the common enemy...
Don't you think the climate change is a common enemy?
No, because there's not a lot of people that are fighting it.
But I think
there's significant portions of the population that, number one, do not believe that climate change is happening, but number two, do not believe that any of the solutions that are being proposed will help us. So we can't even agree on that.
Do you think a significant portion of people don't believe in climate change?
Yeah, otherwise it probably would have been stopped by now.
No, I think
I will grant you that climate change is heavily over-exaggerated and often very much sensationalized by media, but that doesn't mean it's not happening.
It is happening, and it's happening like right now, and it is huge, and I don't think it's like,
regardless of that, that also does not mean that significant portions of the population are going to believe that. Think about the rise of flat earthers. We used to think that a round earth was just something that was taken for granted, and people started the flat earth movement as a meme. But it grew on actually...
let's not bring the flat...
It's very similar type of mentality. Something that we thought was just taken as a fact for granted, we can't. We can't take that for granted.
No, we can't. But I do know that some people don't believe in climate change, but I don't think they are like significant amount.
Here's the problem: all of those changes are intangible. They're not noticeable they're not immediately noticeable. You can go one day or another without necessarily noticing any significant change. You can look at scientific trends and everything, but that's not a tangible thing that's a threat. Humans kind of need a tangible thing that's a threat. An alien ship hovering in the sky is a tangible threat. And even then there would still be disagreements over whether or not it was actually a threat or not, or whether they were just being friendly. But I mean, let's be real. Aliens would not travel, like, millions and millions of light years just to come have coffee. They would only come for resources that they needed. And,
do you think aliens would come only for resources, not for exploring?
It's not very likely. Because the purpose of exploring is to find resources. You can explore with telescopes, you can explore with instrumentation and studying the stars. You can explore with observation, which can reach much farther and much faster than a spaceship can. But if they were to send a significant, like, ship, there would be almost no peaceful reason.
Wouldn't you explore for knowledge?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is methods of exploration can include things like observation, because observation is much easier and much less expensive resource-wise than like ships and stuff. There is no peaceful reason that aliens would be coming to our planet, assuming aliens exist. That's an entirely another debate. But you would not send a substantial portion of your population millions of light years in order to just come say hi.
I mean, we are considered aliens for the aliens if they exist.
Yeah. So their only thing would be the only logical reason they could have to come to our planet was for its resources.
But they think we are exploring for resources too?
That doesn't matter. If aliens came to our world, they would be coming for resources.
What if we go for their world?
We don't have the technology to do that.
What if we do?
We don't.
Okay, for now. But what if, like, in the future?
In the future, we might. In the future, we might do it. We might seek for a population that is unpopulated because we don't necessarily want to attack a civilization on their own turf. But
why attacking in the first place?
because limited resources mean that only one person can have them. Only so many people can have the resources on in a given area. Like if I have if I cut down
that's
this
very debatable. Why do we
no,
go
if
and
I cut down
attack
if I cut down a
someone
tree, can
else?
you have that same tree? Can you cut it down as well? No, you can't cut down the same tree that I've cut down. Very very basic level.
Cut the tree.
What?
Like, why cut the tree? Like in the first place, why?
The very very basic level is that resources are finite. I think we can all agree that resources are finite. Every single thing is finite. Even the sun. Sun is huge, but it is finite.
Yeah, I do agree with you. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking why not explore for the sake of exploring, for the sake of knowledge.
I'm saying
Because
they don't
knowledge
you don't
is
do that.
power.
You don't do that with ships. You do that with telescopes. You do that with observation. We can reach billions of light years out if we at our relatively low technology level can reach out at billions of light years and know what a sun is made of and what the planets look like around it. Think of what an alien civilization with higher technology than ours could do. I'm assuming several things.
No, I don't agree with you on this part because we can't just explore with telescopes and stuff.
Yes, we can.
If we do, what
You don't realize how powerful this stuff is.
Yeah, they are powerful, but I'm talking that at some point we need something tangible. That's why if we just could use the telescope, why did we go to the moon?
We went to the moon for conquest and for essentially fun, just for the sake of the achievement. We didn't go to the moon to explore. We already
now
knew.
We're talking.
We already knew it was on.
Now we're talking. There's no resources on the moon. Why did we
There
go
are.
there?
There are. There's actually considerable resources on the moon that that if we actually established a moon base, it would help relieve some of the resource strain that your Earth is under. There's actually significant resources like iron and I think there's even a little bit of I don't remember necessarily what it was, but there's
yeah, but I
significant
mean
metals.
not the quantity. I mean like not the quantity. I mean, you know what I mean.
We would not establish a scientific base just for the heck of it. We would establish a scientific base to learn or to get resources.
Exactly, learn knowledge. That's why I'm saying if we are would explore space and find another planet with aliens or whatever creatures live there.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand how vast the difference is between going to the moon and going to another planet.
I know the difference.
The nearest star is hundreds of light years away. It takes light hundreds of years to reach us from the nearest star.
Today's technology. But
No. This is not today's technology. This is light. Light has no technology. Light just is. The speed of light is a constant of the universe. The speed of light does not change as our technology advances. It takes light hundreds of years to get there. That's an unimaginable. That's an unimaginable distance.
I'm talking. It's hard for us now. It's almost impossible for us now. But I believe in the future, like not even the near future, like way far future, it won't be as impossible or hard as now.
Just because something's not impossible doesn't mean it's hard. That doesn't mean it's easy. It still would be very difficult for any alien civilization to make an interplanetary trip. And the logic is that you do not waste the resources necessary to make such an interplanetary trip just to explore, because you can get all the information that you need from telescopes and stuff, and from sending unmanned tiny probes.
No, now we're back 10 steps back. We just agreed that sometimes we need to have something tangible. That's why if we could
that
use
only applies in small that only applies in small local scales. That does not apply over huge scales that are interstellar. Over interstellar scales, that simply does not apply. The logic breaks down. There is no
For
logical
you,
reason.
for you, for the 2021.
Not for me, for scientists. There is no logical reason to do that, to do anything like that.
Oh God, just listen to me. I'm talking. I mean, in the past, people used to die from cold. Do you know that? Like,
Yeah.
you get a cold, you die. Now, if you tell someone, oh my God, I have a cold, yeah, you just take something and you will be drink something not cold. I mean, drink something warm and you will be fine. So, yeah, like in the past, cold would be like something like it's danger. Yeah. You don't have to catch cold in order to know that you die. So that's the same point I'm talking about. Like, the technology we have now makes someone catching cold it's not even dangerous. Like, it's okay, it's fine.
The problem is you do not realize you cannot logically make those extensions to something as large as interplanetary travel. There just is no way to make that logical leap.
Technology could change everything. The technology we have now, makes us believe that going to another planet is something like extremely hard, or
technology will never change the distance between planets.
I'm not talking about distance. I'm talking
about distance.
I'm talking about speed. Okay, so taking a car from
Are you aware of the concept of the universal speed limit?
I know. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind here. Technology could change everything. So, like, having some kind of a machine in the future that could take you from Earth to another planet is possible. Could be possible. Yeah, it's impossible now, but it could be possible in the future. Have you seen the movie Interstellar?
Yes, I'm sure that we should judge actual alien behavior based off of movies that humans have made.
Oh my God. No, I mean the same concept. I'm talking about the same concept.
Here's the thing. According to scientific studies, there are only two possibilities. Those two possibilities are A, we are alone, or B, other alien civilizations are acquisitive and resource hungry, just like ours. Would you say that's reasonable?
I don't believe we're alone. I don't believe we are alone.
I didn't say that. I said the only two possibilities, according to scientific studies, are that either we're alone, or that any aliens that are out there are just as acquisitive and resource hungry as we are, if not more. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yep, I do.
Okay. So given that, would a resource hungry civilization, would a resource hungry civilization come to our planet for something other than resources? Would a civilization that is resource hungry come to our planet for something other than resources? Simple question.
Yeah, I do believe they could come for something other than resources.
Okay, that's a problem, because that's not how civilizations work. The civilizations that are resource hungry do not go places that do not have resources.
They do, for exploration.
They do not. The only purpose for exploration is resources. Only as we have grown have we actually introduced this idea that maybe there might be some exploration not for the purpose of acquiring new resources. But that is not how civilizations work. Civilizations do not explore for reasons other than resources. Where did I put my
No,
iron storage?
we do explore for knowledge.
Okay,
For
name one. Name one place where we've sent humans to explore for
told you.
non-resources.
I just told you when you said, "Oh, exploring, we could use telescopes and stuff." So I asked you, why did we go to the moon then? If we could just look at the moon through telescopes,
Did you
why
know, by
did
the
we
way?
have to go there?
Do you know what the plan for the moon was?
What?
Did you know that we were actually planning on using the moon to mine for resources? We were actually planning to set up moon bases. We were actually planning to do all of that stuff with the moon. The plan was not to just go to the moon once and be done. The plan was to go to the moon and stay there. That's what the plan was.
Well, wait,
Yeah.
like one trip to the moon and they stay there? Like the three pilots?
Make a moon base.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about right now.
No, that is what we're talking about. That's
No,
literally the
I'm
exact same
saying-
thing.
No, you're saying humans or civilizations don't go like out of the way unless it's for resources.
Yeah, we don't go to places.
I'm saying
We do not explore
like
without.
traveling. Why do we travel? To explore?
Travel
To have
where?
fun?
Name me one place that humans have gone not for resources. One, like, large, significant place that humans have gone that's not for resources.
Please answer my question first. Why do humans travel?
There is not... The reason why humans travel is to acquire new resources or to acquire something that they don't have yet.
Not necessarily.
Oh, there is no other reason.
Yeah, if they would acquire knowledge, yep, then yeah, I agree. Like experiencing other cultures.
You do not know how the world works, do you?
I do know. I traveled, by the way. I traveled like several times. So yeah.
You
I
individually
was
travel.
looking
I'm
for
not talking.
resources.
I'm not talking at individual level. I'm talking a civilization-wide level. This is a civilization-wide
No,
level.
I'm talking about the
The
same
conversation
concept
has never
that-
the conversation has never been about individual levels. Individual levels are entirely different from civilization-wide levels. Civilization-wide levels are things like the journey to Americas, or the exploration to the moon. That type of thing. The type of things that are on a large scale. I'm not talking individual. There is no way to predict individual.
I would agree with you if you called the traveling immigration. Then yeah,
It's not immigration.
people would immigrate for resources. Yes, I agree with that. But people could travel.
I'm
to
talking
other
about
places.
expeditions. If an alien species sent an expedition to us, it would not be just for fun and games, and would not just be to learn about us. They could learn about us from a billion different things. I have another research sample.
Okay, I'm so interested to know what people think because this is such a debate. I don't believe that
You think I'm crazy?
would go. I'm not crazy.
No, I'm saying you think I'm
I
crazy.
don't believe. No, I don't think you're crazy. I respect your point of view.
Goodness, that was a heck of a TRX war. Also, hello, Earl of Gaming. Hope was asking for your perspective. Do civilizations explore on a civilization-wide level for things other than resources?
Yep, please answer. Everyone watching now, please answer. Because I'm really interested.
It's like, you're welcome. I appreciate that, man. It's good to see you, by the way. How are you doing? I'm in the middle of having a fierce debate with Hope. But, by the way, this is Hope, who's on the Discord. No, don't give me that. I don't want that. No. Give me... Gave me scrap. I don't want the scrap. Scrap to go in the shredder, not in me. Earl is from Tax Community, and Hope is the one on the phone, by the way. In case you
Hello there.
been trying to take over
But
my
yeah,
stream.
what do you think? What do you think? Do you think people would go out of their ways, for resources, or they could go out of their ways for exploring and gaining knowledge? Because craft, you see, I believe they would go for knowledge because knowledge is power, and knowledge could show us how to get resources,
Yeah,
how to
but
improve our resources. So
I'm
we
saying that
don't
knowledge
have to
can be
go just for
getting.
resources.
Okay, so I guess here's a different tactic. What knowledge can be obtained through, as you're talking about, personal exploration that cannot be obtained through actual that cannot be obtained through observation?
Wait, I didn't understand your question.
So you're saying that that you would send that. Okay, let's take a fictional alien civilization that sent us
Okay,
that
a Martian.
no, like an entire civilization that sent us like a big ship, like a big interstellar ship. So that
Okay.
civilization sends us a big interstellar ship. Why are they sending the ship? You're saying it could be because they just want to learn more about our civilization,
Yep,
right?
I do believe in that.
So I'm saying, what would they learn from our civilization? What specific things could they learn from our civilization that they could not learn elsewhere?
Us humans, if they are a different like species or different creatures, we would be very interesting for them. Like our bodies, how do we work? Why do we eat? How do we breathe? Like
And they could
learning
not get that
us,
from
literal
observation.
us, by telescope.
Observation by a telescope, or sending a tiny probe, or anything. Like they could send a tiny
Should
probe and
do you think?
hack into one of our satellites and just watch.
Oh, so we have a shitty security.
Well, yeah.
What do you mean? Well, yeah.
My dad works in cybersecurity. I learned about this stuff. We do not have.
We as humans would let like a drone hack into our system that easily without even noticing.
Well, because
What?
especially because if it's an alien with alien technology, then anything is possible. So you don't really. It's quite possible that we wouldn't even notice that anything was
No.
being watched.
Haven't you heard about the
We
sightseeing
broadcast
of
radio
something
signals.
that looks like?
We broadcast radio signals into deep space with information about our societies and about how humans work.
Yeah, and we do receive some
Receive what?
signals.
Cosmic background radiation?
I am not sure about that, but I'm talking. Haven't you heard of the sightseeing of the stuff that looked like alien ships?
Earl's like, so in fact, I literally popped in a few seconds ago. What is the point of this conversation? The point of this conversation
And
is
just
Hope.
fighting.
Nah, Hope and I are talking about whether or not. My argument is that aliens would not. That if aliens, like in Independence Day or any alien movie, if they came to Earth, the reason why they would come to Earth is to attain resources. They would not come just to say hi. My argument is that they would not send their entire. They would not send like an entire ship over to our planet with a whole bunch of aliens inside of it just to come say hi. They would send it to acquire resources and to essentially take the resources on our planet for themselves. Hope saying that they would come just for the sake of knowledge. That's kind of the point of the conversation. We're just two friends debating something.
Knowledge is a big thing. Knowledge is something important, like it's important to gain knowledge, and knowledge is not something that you could get from just telescopes.
I agree that knowledge is important, but I'm saying that there is no knowledge that you could get from telescope that you could get from here that you can't get from telescopes. And TK Granola with the raid of 5. Thank you so much for raiding, my dude. We're talking about aliens because we're bored.
Hello.
And I have a big project to do that is not very interesting. So, hello, TK. Thank you very much for dropping by. We are all doing excellently.
No, I'm not doing good. I'm frustrated at Croft because he thinks aliens are mean and they will come just.
I didn't say they were mean.
You said they will come and attack us.
That's different from saying that they're mean. Anyway, we're having a discussion. And just to clarify for anybody in chat, just because we're having this discussion does not mean that we're not friends. I'm still friends with Hope, still respect her, still appreciate everything that she does.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure we're still friends.
Alright, stop joking, Hope. I'm trying to be serious here. I'm just saying that just because we're debating and we disagree doesn't mean that we actually hate each other. Although from the frequency that Hope kills me with, I'm not sure. But that aside, how was your stream, TK? Let me give you a shout out real fast. Here we go. Oh, you're playing Dark Souls 3. Oh. There is... I was going to talk to you about this, but there is... you should try RLCraft. I think you might like it. And there's a video that I want to show you that I think you might enjoy. But I think you would love RLCraft if you've been loving Dark Souls this much.
So,
yeah.
What do you guys think? What's your opinion? Do you think if aliens would come to our planet, would they come for resources or would they come for the sake of knowledge?
It's good that you made some progress, TK. I really think that's really great. I'm glad you made some progress in beating some of those bosses. Let's talk about TK's stream for just a sec. Let's put a hold on the topic of aliens. TK's a great guy, by the way. You guys really should follow him if you haven't given him a follow already. But you're talking about how you were doing stuff in Dark Souls. What were you doing? Like, what bosses were you fighting? Not that I know anything about the bosses in Dark Souls, but like what were you fighting? And how many times did you die? Because I think I'm gonna wager it's a lot, but I don't know, man. There's another whole medium platform, man. You got several intact medium platforms from this crater. That's one thing done. But yeah, how has Dark Souls 3 been? I'm not seeing a whole lot of response, so I don't know necessarily. Is my stream working? Can you guys hear me and everything? I know Hope can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There's a whole bunch of research samples that I'm scanning. Alright, why are there still resources on this thing, huh? Did it never go on this side? It must have never gone on this, one. There we go. Anyway, so for the people who just came in, what we've been heatedly debating is the idea that aliens who came to our civilization... Oh, I'm full of compound. Aliens who came to our civilization would not come just for the sake of exploring. They would come for the sake of resources. And I'm talking like major alien expedition. I'm not talking like one tiny craft. I'm talking like major alien expedition. So, my conjecture is that the major expedition would be for resources, and it would not just be for something very simple like knowledge. Hope saying that yes, they can come for knowledge.
By the way, I don't think they would do a whole expedition without sending like some tiny aircraft before with like 2 to 3 aliens or
Yeah,
people. I don't know.
the idea
Yeah,
is
they
that
would.
they've already sent those, and that they've already sent those, and this is the big expedition. After they've already sent all those recon things, this is the big expedition that they're sending. My argument that's the presumption that we're basing the argument on. My argument is that the big expedition that they made would be for resources.
No, but because it depends on the first tiny craft. If like 3 of them came and said, "Hello, we are from XYZ planet. We are very interested in your planet, and we would like to explore more." That's if we didn't shoot them down on site, you know. So
I am
if
stuck.
we
How am I
said,
stuck? Am I stuck?
"Yeah, you're welcome. Come visit and gain knowledge in exchange for knowledge of your planet," then yeah, they could do a whole expedition just for knowledge. Because we would gain knowledge back, like, in exchange. So it's like a 50-50.
There's not really any not really any precedent for this. Aliens would do pretty good to stay where the other humans are stupid. There's no knowledge worth learning. I mean, Earl has a point. Humans are dumb. There's no knowledge really worth learning on this planet. I mean, Earl has a point.
That's, I don't know. I think I disagree because there's no knowledge on this planet, you mean? Like, if you mean Earth, there's no knowledge for you or for
No
them?
knowledge
Because
worth it to learn. That's another argument that you could that is actually an argument you could make that if a civilization far left to go on the Novus Project, we're still around a third of the way through. We're kind of approaching a halfway through. I'm just doing cleanup from the last round because man, the cleanup is brutal sometimes. But the Novus Project is still around a third of the way done. Really massive project, so take a while. But yeah, we're just having friendly debates over this because bored and not doing something that's terribly interesting. So we gotta keep the conversation flowing somehow. Why are you not picking up objects? I guess they're only filtering for these objects then. I did actually find out something interesting. So these little debris packs that these auto rooms are filtering for are actually having to do with the same type of item that's contained within the debris pack. Only a third we've been at this for a while. Yeah, we have. Here, let me, while this is filtering, let me take off on the shuttle. I'll show you what progress we've got so far. I'm gonna load the crater properly first. Hey. Alright, we'll fall down in the shuttle. Then we will, then we'll launch once we're down here. Yeah, this is the crater so far. It's pretty big. Errol's asking, what can a civilization learn from us when they are able to reach us and we are not able to reach just Mars? They would look at us like we look at ants. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, we got a pretty substantial portion of the planet gone. But with it being a big planet and all, kind of hard to reach that halfway point. I'm gonna hit that. And I'm gonna land there. The big old hole. That is a very big hole indeed. Yeah, I don't really think that there is anything that an already spacefaring race would be interested in learning from us. Like, what knowledge?
Actually, if
what knowledge have we to offer that they would be interested in?
everything we have would be.
You can't say everything.
So
You gotta
new to
quantify.
them. I mean, everything, even us as humans. I just told you, we are very different from them, and we would be so interesting for them if they are
Why
different.
would
If
be?
they
What
are,
about us will be interesting? You can't just say different because that's not really applicable.
no, I'm saying if they are like different species, if they are not built the way we're built, so even like a human body would be
So,
interesting
in
for
order for
them.
something to be interesting long term to a species, it has to have something better in some aspect. That's a long term proven scientific success model. Has to be better in some, has to do some things better in order for it
No,
to
I
be interesting.
totally disagree with you on this point because
That's
we are
that's
interested
scientific
in
precedent.
so
That's
many
not me.
things. I mean, and with this point, I disagree with this point because we are, as humans, interested in so many things that they aren't like especially better than us at all. Like we are interested, um, like in, I don't know, any type of animal. Wouldn't you be interested to like know more about them? Aren't don't you feel interested in something that's about how fish like breathe and
That's
swim if
trivia
you
facts.
don't have
That's
that
not.
knowledge?
You can
If you
learn
don't
trivia
have that
from.
knowledge already, like for a kid, if you explain for a kid, oh, fish breathe this way, or like how do fish swim and such things would be very interesting for a kid because he doesn't or
So, the
she
aliens
doesn't.
are kids. Alright.
No, I'm saying the concept, the same concept. And when you don't have the knowledge, things will be interesting for you. But if you do have them, okay, you're not interested anymore because you already know. So they
I'm
are
saying that
different from us, so we would be interesting for them.
there is, however, the catch is that there is no way that this particular type of knowledge that you describe could be obtained. Uh, that, that there is the only way to obtain that knowledge is through observation, and the best way to observe is to observe, and that does not require a large scale expedition of the type that we're talking about.
Oh God, we're back again with the same point.
Because
There
that's
are
the point of the
some
discussion.
exploring. No, I'm talking that not everything should be explored through telescopes because
What
you
exactly
have
do
to
you
have
gain from not
something
exploring through?
tangible.
Well, if that was the case, why haven't we gone back to the moon?
I don't know
We have the
why we didn't go
technology.
back to the moon. Maybe there's nothing interesting there. Maybe I don't know. I didn't go there.
Reason
So
why is because we we don't have the ability yet to capture all the resources on the moon. So we can't
yeah.
necessarily use anything that's on the moon. So we've already learned everything with the small observational missions we've already done to the moon. We've already learned everything we need to know about the moon. We don't. The rest that we need to know would be for resources. No, don't
So
steal
you do
that.
agree that the first time was for exploring.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about the first time. We're talking about major expeditions. If we were talking about the first time, then yeah. But we're talking about major, large-scale expeditions. You don't send large-scale expeditions for the reason of exploring. You send large-scale
Yes, for
expeditions
close
to...
of exploring, for close of knowledge.
No,
If you could like be enough with your knowledge about, like, for example, I don't know how to talk about big scales, so that's why I always convert my conversation about smaller scales to
well, that's a
kind
little bit
of
of a
like,
problem because we're talking about big scale.
yeah, but I mean, like, I want to give you an example, but I don't know how to give you an example on the same topic, um, other than that. Like, for example, why do we have zoos? Like a zoo. If
For
you
conservation and knowledge.
I mean, if like videos and pictures of the animal is enough, why do we have a zoo?
Uh, that's largely for conservation, actually. and also because little kids are fascinated by animals. Earl was saying that he thinks if it depends on if the aliens have explored other civilizations before. If we would be the first, then maybe they would study us for a while, but we would eventually become boring to them after they'd studied everything.
Yeah.
But keep in mind,
See?
who's attending the zoos? The people, the common people, or the scientists who are already exploring things? The zoos are an education tool of knowledge from scientists who already know the things that they need to know about animals.
So you agree with my point. If you have the knowledge, you don't need to explore. If you don't have the knowledge, things are interesting to you. That's when I was telling
on a
you,
small scale.
an animal is so interesting for a kid. A fish, how it breathes through water, is so interesting for a kid. But it's not for you because you already have the knowledge.
Oh god, that is a lot of tethers. Holy cow, that's a lot of tethers.
Don't change the subject.
No, that's just something I saw in my game. That's different. There's like a million tethers right here. Holy cow, there's a lot of tethers. How many tethers are there? Good god. That's a lot of tethers. Anyway. I am now the oxygen source for this tether. Now it's not. Now there's nothing. Now there's... was me. Anyway, the scientific community is the only reason why people visit zoos is because they want to show their kids cool animals. You can learn all the scientific facts you need to from
because
scientific.
They want to give their kids
Stop
something
interrupting
tangible.
me. Stop interrupting me on my own stream.
Okay.
The kids are the ones learning about it. The parents and everything already know about that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the whole point I'm talking about.
I'm full of crap. Gosh, right. No, but here's the thing, though. The parents don't need to how do I put this? They don't need to learn about it, and so we're not able to assume that the aliens wouldn't be able to learn anything about us. They wouldn't already be able to learn that from observation. That's my point. Whatever they needed to know, the aliens could learn from observation. Observation and occasional tiny missions. Not a large-scale mission like the one we're talking about, you know?
And I don't know. I feel like if they are like if they have the technology to come to us and they know that, I don't know, if they send like smaller missions for us and we don't shoot them down, then yeah, I think they would send like a bigger expedition for maybe, I don't know. I still believe they could come for knowledge. I still strongly believe they could come for knowledge.
You're an optimist to your core. That's what it is.
No, because I don't know. I feel people, or like not people in this case, aliens, if they are like far advanced from us, to the point that they could come and visit our planet, they already have the resources they need. They don't need more resources. They just want to explore.
Why would you spend resources if not to get more resources?
If they are able to visit us, they could get resources from anywhere.
Well, what the Earth has is actually a very unique resource, and that is actually a stable star sun, which would actually be perfect for a Dyson sphere, because a lot of suns have huge flares that are very constant, like way bigger than our suns, that are very constant, that would destroy a Dyson sphere. But our sun's actually kind of perfect for a Dyson sphere because it's a very, very peaceful, tranquil star, and that's actually quite rare. In like the millionths of a percentage.
It could be, yeah, but it could exist. We just don't know of one yet.
No, in fact, scientists have studied this, looking for other alien life, and they've actually concluded that it's almost impossible that there is another star. You can't rule it out because of infinity, but it's almost impossible there's another star like the sun that's out there.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, not like the sun, but they could be other civilization with different, like, they are different species, so they are not like us, so their sun is different. I don't know. This is not the whole point we're talking about.
I'm saying that's a unique resource that's a very unique resource that our solar system has that hardly any other solar systems have, so that would be very rare.
Then their sun must be unique for us too.
Well, yeah, but they're the ones coming to us.
If we have the same technology, we would be going to them.
It says maybe when the aliens come as refugees, then maybe they would teach each other some knowledgement. Wait a second, what? When the aliens come as refugees, then maybe they would teach each other some knowledgement. You mean we and the aliens would teach each other knowledge?
Yep, that's what I was talking about, that we would exchange knowledge. We are unique to them, they are unique to us, we are different. We would exchange knowledge. Like, hey, this is our planet, this is our sun, we have gravity, we have different gravity from you, we have trees, we have a lot. That's common knowledge for you, but it's so new for them. Maybe their trees, maybe they don't have trees in the first place. If they have, maybe their trees grow up like from the air or from the sea or whatever. It's going to be different. It's not going to be like us at all. So they would be interesting for us and we are interesting for them. So we would share knowledge. We would exchange knowledge. That's in case of like they aren't violent, that like they are not attacking us. And I do believe aliens shouldn't be taken as violent because, as I said, if they do have the technology to come to us, we are nothing for them. So why would their first reaction to attack us? Like, they are more
the argument
powerful.
is we are nothing for them, so why would their first reaction be to give us the time of day? Why would they want to give us any knowledge? Because they have what they have. They're not lacking in the knowledge department. What they're lacking in is the resource department. Because resources are finite. Obviously, it would treat the crap out of them, human nature. Yeah, most likely. Humans being humans. And we're like, UFO, UFO! But
yeah.
Aside from that, actually, Stephen Hawking, really great guy. Stephen Hawking is saying that spacefaring extraterrestrial civilizations are actually highly likely to end up wandering the universe in enormous spaceships on the prowl for vital materials after consuming the natural resources of their own world. So, refugee type civilization that's not that has consumed their natural world is most likely to become a civilization roaming around, either looking for a new home planet or consuming the natural resources that they find from other planets. And he said that such advanced space aliens would perhaps become nomads, looking to conquer and colonize whatever planets they could reach. If so, it makes sense for them to exploit each new planet for the material to build more spaceships so they can move on. Because who knows what the limits could be. So, Hawking's argument is the same as my argument, that the aliens would need resources in order to continue their travels, and in order to continue to supply their civilization. So they would come to Earth for resources. They would not come to Earth just for knowledge. Such a civilization could not afford to come to Earth for knowledge. This is large-scale type civilizations that are traveling in space on a large scale, like thousands of mile-long ships. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, but I don't know. I feel like Stephen Hawking's argument is way different than yours. I don't know why. I don't get the same.
It's the same thing. What I've been trying to say, you know?
It's not. You're saying that if aliens come to Earth, they are violent, they'll take our resources, they'll kill us, we're all dead.
That's what Stephen
already.
Hawking is saying. I'm not saying we're all dead. I'm saying the purpose of aliens coming to our planet would be to get resources from us. Would be to take our resources at our planet.
What if our resources is not suitable for them?
We have basic resources. We have basic elements of the periodic table, like iron, helium, gas, and
What
also a
if
very calm
their
sun.
species, they don't use those? They don't need them.
Well, then they have no reason to come to our planet. Because they already have the knowledge
They
to be a
do.
spacefaring
For
civilization.
exploring. Oh my god, that's what I was saying. They do. They do want to come to
They can't
explore.
afford. They can't if they're a spacefaring civilization that's looking for that's out there sending expeditions out. They can't afford to just send an expedition out and not come back with resources. Because it costs to send out expeditions. No matter what civilization you are, no matter how advanced you are, it still costs.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It costs. But I'm saying also on the same point that if they do have the resources to come to our planet, they have enough of it to not come for our resources only.
That's a huge assumption, though. That's a huge assumption because it's extremely, extremely expensive to come for. I turned you on. Okay, that's extremely expensive to go to another planet. The nearest star is I don't know how many light years away, but it's quite a few light years away. If it takes light that long,
yeah, so far.
No. If it takes light that long, then even if they were traveling at the speed of light, it would still take a large amount of fuel, no matter how you slice it, because there is not really any such thing as they're called reactionless thrusters. There's in other words, it has to have a reaction mass. Hey, Assyria. It has to have a mass, something to push out the end. It's Newton's third law of physics that if you push something, it has an equal and opposite reaction. So you have to push something out the back end to accelerate in one direction, right?
Yeah,
That's how rockets work.
To go somewhere, you have to leave something behind. That's Newton's law.
There has to be a lot of that something left behind that's expending resources to move especially at the speed of light, and especially for distances as long as that. That is chaos going on over there. How are you doing, Assyria?
But Croft, you're still not getting what I'm talking about. You just said that the nearest planet was maybe assuming that there is life there and there are aliens there. They are too far, okay? They are way too far. So it's the same for them. If they are the nearest thing for us.
Oh, you're sick? I'm sorry to hear that, Assyria. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you get better. Sorry. I hope go on.
So, if they are that far and they are the nearest people for us, or aliens for us, we are the same for them. We are the nearest thing for them. So if they even have the technology and the resources to come to us, then why not? Why wouldn't they do it? If we are the only civilization they found, the nearest one to them that they could reach using their technology and their resources, why not?
Because it would be difficult to afford. Because traveling for that long distance would be next to impossible, except with expending a huge amount of resources.
But if they could afford it, because if they oh my god, I'm getting tired of this conversation.
We can move on to something else if you like. We can move on to something else.
No, this is very interesting for me, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to I don't know, maybe convince you that aliens could come for exploring and knowledge other than resources. Yeah, I'm not saying they won't come for resources. They will do come for resources if they want to. If they found something that's useful for them, then yeah, they would come for it. But if we don't have anything that's useful for them, then they would come but for knowledge, for exploring, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
Just like we did with the moon. You yourself
We
said, why didn't we go to the moon again? Because
we had
either we didn't
because
find something there, or we did find, but we don't have the technology to use it, or the technology to gather it.
I don't see how that supports your point though, because that supports my point that we went to the moon initially
For
to set up
exploring.
no, we went to the moon for to set up bases and to set up like that was not planned to be the last mission to the moon. That was planned to be the first of many missions to the moon and eventually setting up a moon base. That was not planned to be the last mission to the moon. Also, hello Assyria. I'm sorry that you're feeling sick. I hope that hope we can make you feel better. We've got Hope on Discord right now. So
Hi, Assyria.
she's taken over my stream apparently, and is hosting an in-stream rebellion. So if you want to join, just say so.
Yep, I am the streamer, guys. Hello, hello there. He's just joining me to like fight with me about aliens, but I'm the streamer. So if he bothers you, just tell me. I'm gonna ban him.
Don't make me ban you.
Okay, guys, he's the streamer. I'm just a visitor.
I'm kidding. I would not actually ban you. I'm not interested in actually banning you because that would be terrible.
You can't ban me.
Can, but not going to. Probably never. Because
You wouldn't.
would not. Definitely would not. I mean, if you're exceptionally annoying in an argument about aliens, maybe. And if you've kept killing me in Astroneer over and over again, maybe. But
I'm really interested to like know what everyone thinks. Like, do they think like you, like aliens are violent
you an optimist
and they
or
will
a
come for
realist?
resources?
Well, it's down to are you
I'm
an
not-
optimist or a realist?
Your argue is not realistic. We are assuming. We know nothing. Okay, we're just assuming. But
Okay, fair point.
I think yeah, they are not they aren't like naturally, or we're not supposed to like perceive them as like violent naturally. I don't know.
I just don't think that it's worth it to alien civilizations. I haven't seen any justified reason coming from you that would make it worth it to an alien civilization to spend the huge, like the gargantuan amount of resources that it would take to mount a large-scale interplanetary expedition.
Oh
Like,
my
all
god, after all of that, you
all
didn't
of the
receive...
stuff that you've mentioned, literally every single thing that you've mentioned, can be done with small-scale expeditions and with observation
Oh
from a
god,
distance.
we're back to point one again.
I'm just saying, I haven't seen any.
We even talked about zoos and animals and stuff.
Yeah, that does not say that. Again, that's all on a small scale. That does not tell me. That does not. I don't
But
understand
it's
how
the
that
same
would.
concept. Yep, it's on a smaller scale, but it's the same concept. We need tangible,
I
like something that we could like see, touch, and like connect with.
I
Show a kid a picture of a fish and tell him all the knowledge about the fish, and actually take him to an aquarium.
I submit that the
The
scale is
experience
so large that
is way different.
I submit that the scale is so large that that completely becomes irrelevant, because even a tiny expedition would cost a large amount of resources. A large expedition would cost an exponentially larger amount of resources. So sending a tiny expedition would be to learn knowledge, but sending a large expedition, there is no reason to send it other than to gain resources. That's what I'm saying. The scale is so large that the comparison breaks down. It's like comparing a fish to a car. It's there's just they just operate on different levels in so many things. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you're making sense, but you're missing my point. I'm talking about the concept, not the scale. I understand that the scale I'm talking about is way different than the scale of interstellar and like aliens and stuff.
I'm
But I'm
just
talking
saying
about the same
the scale
concept
matters.
of knowledge.
Uh,
The concept of knowledge is the same.
no, it's not. Not at that scale.
It is. I do believe it is.
We should start a podcast.
Oh no.
We should definitely start a podcast, you know? Seems like that would be a good idea. Good enough for a certain somebody to come up with it.
I don't know. What do the people in chat think?
I don't know, the people in chat are surprisingly quiet. I think we scared everybody away.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I mean, I've had a lot of fun. I really appreciate you coming in and having this chat with me, even if sometimes you do act silly.
Oh, I did have fun too. I did enjoy this conversation, even though I'm so mad at you that you didn't like support my point. But
I don't have to agree with you to be your friend, and you don't have to agree with me to be my friend. That's the lovely thing about friendship.
Yeah, that's true. But I do believe that I have to go because it's almost 2 a.m.
Oh goodness.
I need to.
I am very
Yeah,
sorry. I did not mean to keep you up that late.
It's okay. I was so deep into the conversation that I couldn't go to bed before making my point.
I know, right? Well, consider your point made, even if your point is not agreed with.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. I'm done.
Alright, well, you make sure to sleep well, Hope.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Have a good stream. And yeah, talk to you later.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna exit the Discord call. There we go. So yeah. That was the whole discussion. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. To be honest, I'm not really convinced right now. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Again, this is totally conjecture. I don't really know a lot about all of this. I don't understand that. I don't think that the scale justifies anything other than that. But all of that aside, how is everybody's day going? Siri, I heard you were sick. What you sick with? You got the. I hope you don't got the new COVID variant. I hope you got like a common cold or something. I've known a couple of people who have started to drop with the new COVID variant, and that really kind of sucks. But Earl, how's your day going? I don't remember the name the tat calls you, and I'm sorry. I don't know the name the tat calls you, but to me you're Earl of Gaming. That's the name I've always known you by. In fact, it actually took me a while to know that Tack was actually talking to you, because she referred to you by a different name, and I was confused. Yeah, what we've been doing in the meantime is just getting some of these resources cleaned out of the core, because the core's gotten kind of messy after one detonation round, so we got lots of cleanup to do. And you can see, this makes a really satisfyingly clear space. Gem Junkie, that was it. Your day was pretty chill? That's a good day. A chill day is a good day. You do anything fun today? Yeah, see, I recognize the name instantly when I hear it, but I can't remember it well enough on my own, apparently. But yeah, we're just, dealing with a ton of resources. Oh, you thought you got rid of me. thought you had the maturity to go to bed, but I mean, if you don't... But yeah, I do want to say thank you to Hope for having the whole discussion with me. It was a lot of fun. I do like to try to kind of run these cleaning episodes more like podcasts. And I do want to kind of delve sometimes into controversial topics, but I do also want to keep it lighthearted. So, good night, Hope. I don't necessarily want to force things on anybody. I just want to talk about like things that are happening in our society today, and just have a genuine, nice discussion about it. Noticed you visited your mom for some cake, you did some room cleaning, and watched a lot of streams. Nice. Sounds like a pretty nice, uneventful day. But yeah, I'd like to kind of make this more like a podcast style, and I'm just kind of curious how it will turn out. Like, the podcast style seems to be nice for just doing big ol' projects like this that require big ol' amounts of cleanup. Especially more cleanup now that I get a whole billion tons of scrap every single time. But yeah, it's just a way of breaking up the monotonous task. And if you guys have something that you think we should chat about, or if you want to come on stream and chat about them with me yourself, then I am open to all suggestions at the moment. That may not stay the same, because I don't want to go into super weird stuff, but, you know, I like to run this like a podcast. And the way I pitched it to Tack was not really great. She thought I was going to talk like about politics and stuff, and I do want to stay away from that. There's some aspects I want to touch on, but you don't want to touch that stuff too much. Especially not a lot. Yeah, I felt bad though. I didn't want to, There's a lot of Tier 2 debris in here. Yeah, sleep well, Hope, and thank you very much for your contribution to the stream today. It was good. You can't talk? That's okay, you can type. That's all that matters. Yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for topics that you think that I should discuss with somebody, or if you want to discuss with me, then by all means, I'm here. Just need a day or so's notice to do some reading on the topic. You may not be able to talk Assyria, but you can laugh at me, and that's the most important thing, isn't it? I'm sure Hope would agree. Hope's still here. Also, this rock has not despawned. It should despawn, but it has not. I'm gonna turn this around, though, real fast, because I want to get the entire area cleaned up. Oh, God. Right now I'm yeeting all of the Tier 2 debris to the core, because then I'll just take a bunch of packagers in there and package up a billion different things. Gonna let going to bed? Well, thank you very much for dropping by the stream. It's been great. It was great to see you again. I'm really sorry that you're sick, and I really do hope you feel better soon. But yeah. Oh, Zarini! Thank you very much for the raid! Welcome to the stream. It's good to see ya. You're last seen playing Astroneer. How are you guys doing? Oh, Red Space Robot! What's up, dude? Yeah, how was your stream? I'm over here cleaning up the core of Novus, because I made a mess. Shot King 21, thank you very much for the follow. Also, welcome to the stream, Shot King and Jack Frog. Thank you so much, you guys. Much appreciated. Just lost QTRTGs in a harebrained scheme. Oh no, that's so sad. Really sucks though, because QTRTGs can't be, they can't be crafted. It's very sad, yeah. Honestly, the QTRTGs I consider to be the most valuable thing in the game right now, simply because you can't craft them. So whenever I die, which is frequent, I always make sure to do things like to recover them first and foremost. So far, I've had a couple of harebrained close escapes, but managed to figure everything out eventually. Yes, thank you so much for the raid. And what did you guys do? What was this harebrained scheme that you lost 2 QTRTGs in? I'm very interested to hear about this harebrained scheme. You got a VTOL stuck at the skybox limit. Oh, that's unfortunate. The good thing about the skybox limit is that you can just terrain up there and then you'll be able to take it down, because the player can walk above that limit. That's only the first limit. That's actually a very fixable problem. And I can actually demonstrate how to fix it if you need to. Because the VTOL you can actually carry. So all you'll have to do is walk a player up there, carry it, and then carry it down. But the normal vehicle, all you'd have to do is package it. I mean, I had an entire paver rover that got stuck above the skybox limit, where rovers and stuff are weightless, and I recovered the entire thing just by building terrain out to it. Yeah, Red Space Robot is also a streamer, and you guys should follow him as well. I'm going to give you a shout out here. Here we go. Ramped to the top of the world, drove it off it with a VTOL, got it stuck, and then made your rover stuck trying to get the VTOL, made another VTOL, and then Mo was trying to help you drop me on said rover. That sounds fun. Sounds like you need a rocket rover. And you died falling out of the rover and lost the QTs. Oh, that's sad. Kind of. It does sound like they're recoverable, though. Yeah, I know your Mo. I've been to your streams, man. I've been to your streams. I really want to come to your streams more, but I haven't been able to. Can't find your dead body. It's not on the compass? By the way, this is the Novus Project that I'm currently cleaning up from. So if you want to talk harebrained, I'm all ears. Because you died again falling out of your... Oh, that really sucks. That means all the stuff is now scattered everywhere. If you're lucky, it might be clustered if it was out of physics range of any player. It wasn't on the compass. You might be able to find it, but... I don't know. Yeah, this is the Novus Project. Big ol' massive crater. About a third of Novus is gone. Hadn't gotten around to building a hab. Ah. Wait. Oh, thank you for the host, Red Space Robot. Or I guess I'll just call you Mo. Simpler. Thank you for the host, Mo. But yeah, this is the Novus Project. It's my little harebrained scheme. Been doing it for a while. Did hear about Brody Gaming. This is day like 48, I think. In fact, Robot, I think, Mo, I think I'm still subscribed to you. I'm not sure if I am or not, but let me check real fast. Ow. Holy cow, that was a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage! I think my sub might have expired. I'll have to refresh it at some point here. Context of this world you're playing in, it's a community server where you each get a planet. That's why you don't have a head. What planet are you on? If it's Novus, I'm sorry in advance. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just trying to destroy Novus. Every time I talk to somebody, and they're like, oh yeah, Novus is the best planet. Glacio? Oh, Glacio's where my base is at. Glacio's my jam. Got Pretty Planet? Nice. this is the current crater. And this is my sky base, my skyline base. But yeah, this is the crater. Kind of hard to see in the daytime fog, and the planet kind of unloads. It's hard to see the entire crater at once. But about a third of the planet is gone. We go to the interplanetary view. You can see the entire crater, which is cool because I didn't know these models were linked. But that's the crater. And this is all in adventure mode. I have not done anything in creative mode. It's just been completely done in adventure mode. Serene, thank you very much for the follow. This base right up here, this is actually at the vehicle limit, or at the vehicle limit for Novus. The terrain limit and the vehicle limit and the VTOL limit are two very different things. But yeah, the vehicle limit is right up here. Have I shown you my rocket rover yet? Not sure if I have. Anyway, Zareen, I want to show you my rocket rover to kind of illustrate the different limits to you, to kind of maybe help you guys get your stuff back, because I think I think all of that stuff is very recoverable. It's just going to take a little bit. And I think I can help you recover it. So, this is my home base. Yes, I know it looks like a bomb went off, and no, I'm not going to clean it up, because I've tried and it's failed. Gonna be our mission now? It should be very much accomplishable. So, over here in my base, I've got my auto smelter, which is just 10 furnaces lined up in series. Nothing too much. This is my scrap processing unit, which has medium gas canisters in it. No. This is my scrap processing unit, which is just scrap, just big old scrappers lined up in series. And then we got my storage, which is actually newly revamped. I have just compressed it so that my existing storage fits, and I also have more storage to use. But yeah, I got a fair bit of stuff going. One of the things I do have, I got this, this is my fuel depot here, where I just refuel my rocket and myself from it. This save is 3 days younger than 1.0, so I've been playing at the save for a while. So I've got weird things like, if you look at this gate if you look at this teleportation gate right here, if you look closely, you'll see that it's actually 2 gates in one. And here's the cables for the deactivated gate that's below this. So there's actually 2 gates here instead of just 1. So I got that duplicated gate glitch all over the place. And on Silva, actually, I have 1 or 2 triple gates that I can never remember where they are. But this is the rocket rover. And this is something that you probably need to make. Burns hydrazine like an absolute mad lad. It's nuts how much hydrazine this thing goes through. But the basic concept is we got fuel and some place for the individual hydrazine canisters to go on the front. You have to have at least one space for so the auto arm can take it. And then I have every single one of these hydrazine can be replaced by the auto arm, as you can see. And let me just put this hydrazine back. And right now the auto arm is modded. So, and I'd have to go on break for like 2 or 3 minutes to turn off the mods, so I'm not going to bother with that. Currently the mod that I have in place is just to speed up auto arms, because in high lag situations like the Novus Project core, auto arms get affected first and foremost, and they get affected the worst. So, yeah. Is what it is, but it shouldn't affect this too much. It's just going to make the auto arm look a little strange. Anyway. So, this is my highway system that I have paved. It's at Mountaintop, goes all the way around Glacio, stops off at every single gateway. But it also has a road up to what I call the 3 limits. There are 3 limits to Astroneer for everything. And actually, I don't remember if I've activated the fuel tank or not. I don't think I've activated the fuel tank. I'm going to activate this fuel tank, enable the output, and then get back in. And here we've got the big old intersection that goes down to the base, and this goes up to the sky limit. And I will show you how that works here in a second. But there's actually 3 limits to Astroneer. You have encountered 1 of them, maybe 2 of them, at max. You haven't encountered the 3rd. I would almost guarantee you. So the first limit is the jetpack / VTOL limit. I don't have a VTOL right here, but the jetpacks will only go up so far. Like, they'll go up to here and then they'll stop. Like, I can't go up any farther than this with my jetpacks. However, as you can see, the road, vehicles and everything can go much farther than that. So if I were to travel beyond this limit, this is where the VTOL would stop working, and it would just cease to function. Like, it can't go above this, but if you take it above this limit, then it will actually cease to function. But I can jump right here. My jetpacks do not work. Strangely enough, my hoverboard works, which is actually really nice, but my jetpacks do not function. So we head back into the rover. Then we've got a very long distance to go before the next limit, which you might have run into the next limit, but I don't know necessarily if you run into it. But if you're above the clouds, then you're above the other limit. This limit is the vehicle limit, and I'm going to use the boosters to get there a little bit faster, because it takes a long time in an ordinary rover. Fortunately, this is no ordinary rover. And if you'll see, we're coming up on the beacon, which the beacon is actually at the 2nd limit. The 2nd limit I call the vehicle limit, because the vehicle limit is where vehicles stop behaving like vehicles. And you might have run into this, and I don't know, you'll have to tell me if you run into this or not, but vehicles stop behaving like vehicles at that limit. And it's actually also the exact same place that the shuttle orbits at. The exact same altitude. Ahem. Auto armor appears to not be refueling the tanks properly, so hold on 1 second. We're gonna have to not do that. Jeez, alright. We're gonna have to spin this around. That should fix everything. Hello? There's an empty thingy right here. This is why I don't like the modded auto arms. Why are you not working? It's clearly in your circle. I don't know why it's not working. But we do need it to work. I think it got to the 2nd limit, started flipping around and not working. That's really if the paver flips around, that means you're at the vertical. That means you're at the vertical limit, because then the paver starts getting confused about which way is up. But if we go over here, we're right below the 2nd limit. If you get too straight up, then the paver will flip out on you, and it will ruin your day. This gate right here, this is actually right exactly where the rocket goes. The rocket goes exactly through this gate, and it actually triggers a signal in this gate, which is very strange. And something that I was hoping might be useful, but I have not found a use for it. So, yeah. I don't necessarily know where all that is. And yes, the launch pads do work from here. But you see this blue terrain right here? This is when the paver hits the 2nd limit. That's how you know the paver hits the 2nd limit, is because the terrain from it turns a color which is proportional to the planet. On Glacial, it's blue. So if you're on Glacial and you hit the second level with the paver, the soil would have turned blue above a certain level. And the paver would not have freaked out. Your rover would have simply stopped and you would have simply gotten stuck. I might have to, as long as we have at least one, we should be fine. But this vehicle limit, I'm going to show you what goes on when you go over the vehicle limit. So that way you can kind of see. I don't, based on your description, I think you might not have run into it. But if we go over on this ramp, which goes above the vehicle limit, if you'll notice, the player can still place soil. Like, I can still make a ramp. But the vehicles kind of stop working normally. So above here, if you do not have a rocket rover, you will get trapped. And there's no two ways about that. Case in point, right over here is a rover that I lost. Right over there is another rover that I lost. And, yeah. You will lose rovers if they are not jetpacked above this. But if you look at that little bit of terrain right there, that's actually... I got a, I had a paver rover get knocked off. When I was paving that thing, the shuttle actually knocked it off. And, I actually had to recover it from above the vehicle limit. And what I did was I simply packaged it back up. Alright, we're gonna pause our momentum right here. Alright. And we seem to have made a successful landing. Actually not flying anywhere for once, which is weird. I'm gonna just right-click on the seat for now. This is the third limit, which you have definitely not run into. This limit is, well, as you can tell, the top of this terrain is messed up, so there can be no terrain beyond this point. There literally can be no terrain at all beyond this point. So that's the actual end of the planet. And actually, you can jump off from here, and it is a ridiculously long ways. I mean, if I use this thing, though, I can actually go a lot farther than the actual, I can go at the same angle that this little walkway is going at, which is ridiculous. So I can basically almost end up at home base just with this. But I'm going to hit F on the seat that I still held right-click on, and we're going to teleport back up to the top. So, I'm going to try to get the, Anyway, so that is the, that's the third limit. Beyond that is interplanetary space. Rocket rover my way back? I will indeed. But we also have this thing right here, which if you look really closely, and it's hard to see on Twitch, but if you look really closely, you might notice that it's actually the triangle. Like the triangle at the center of the solar system. Which is weird to think about because, well, the sun is actually somewhere. The sun's actually right there. And we all know that the rover, that the triangle is right above the sun. So it's kind of strange to think about, but that's actually where, that right there is where the sun actually is in reality. If you go to this, you will end up at the triangle. And I mean, do you want me to go to that? Because I can go to it, actually. We can head back down to base, or we can go back to that. But do you want me to go to that? You want me to go to that? Alright, we'll go to it. Even though I might have a couple of problems because auto arms. We'll see, though. Just gonna line up, and then we will burn like there's no tomorrow. And rovers love to curve when they burn. And yes, it does appear that the auto arm's not functioning correctly. It's not replacing those 2 slots, which really sucks. Might detriment us later. But yeah, we're going. You can tell where we're kind of the direction we're going because the camera lags behind the center of mass of the craft. And this should be good enough to get us there. We'll make a tiny adjustment burn. Actually, we'll need to make a slightly larger than tiny adjustment burn. But now, as you can see, we just made the switch into interplanetary space. All of a sudden, the sun's right there. A couple things that you should notice about this. If we go right here, you can see this is the star belt. The star belt is normally at the equator of every single planet, and it's where the planets orbit normally. However, right here, it does not orbit they do not orbit there. They orbit at right angles to it. So this graphical representation of the solar system is actually, I believe it's stationary, and I believe it's actually, in reality, at 90 degrees to where the actual rover is coming from. Now, if we go towards this, triangle, the triangle is concrete, and you can find that single triangle. You can find that little triangle on every single planet in the solar system. It just looks so. It's a lot of fun. And before you ask, yes, it is possible to travel to other planets. I have done it. No! Ugh. Dang it. We're gonna float for a second. Miss the platform. Which is not good. We were right on track and I kinda screwed it up. Alright, can you stop rolling? Alright, we're gonna go up. Y'all thought they were in their own isolated bubbles you can't go between? They used to kind of be. Alright, where's the triangle? Still above us? I think it might be still above us. Nope. I wanna go upward. So, away from the sun. It's hard to see where you're going in this thing. And Mo will know what I'm talking about, but you need to play Kerbal Space Program before you do any expedition like this, because that will really save your behind. Why is my auto arm not refueling my tanks? Alright, so we need to go... If you were to jump out in the middle of space, you'd just be frozen in space. I have to really conserve fuel. Alright, I should replace this top one. Okay, yes, it does replace the top one. That's good. So we do have one that it replaces. Kind of. Are you gonna replace anything else? No, you're not. Yeah, you'd just be frozen in space, because there's no player position, and also beacons do not work up here. Compass doesn't work, beacons don't work. We should be able to get there, because at least we do have rudimentary fueling on one of the tanks. I have to just be careful about our tank borders. And also that shaking is just kind of a natural side effect of being out here in this weird world where the game is not kind of just breaks down. And I'm just gonna go directly towards it. It's very hard to look where you're going. The game camera is terrible. The game really doesn't want you to be here. The camera doesn't. If the camera was free, like actually free, and the game constantly wasn't dragging the camera, then we'd be good. I wouldn't have missed if the game hadn't dragged the camera away. I mean, the game's camera is my overall largest grudge with this game, but it is not. And it does not work well at all. It's just because the camera was not designed for anything like this. Alright, I think we should be good. I'm gonna make a burn in this direction. Yes! And we stuck the landing. Kind of stuck inside the core, but that's okay. I can still drive around a little bit. And hopefully I can... Nope, I can't. But yeah, we stuck the landing, and if I get out, then suddenly this thing will load in. Ta-da! And the answer to... And can you get off this planet? Can you get off this triangle? Yes, you can, but it's very difficult. I've tried hundreds of times and gotten off twice. So I'm just going to take the lazy teleporter way back. I'll come pick it up with a rocket. Yes, we successfully traveled to the triangle using the rocket rover, and it loads the triangle. The cool thing about the planets is before it didn't load them in when you traveled via rocket rover to them, but now it does. It now does load them in. So we're going to go back to home base. But your rovers and stuff are most likely stuck because you're very, very close to the end of the debris, or to the vertical axis. And if you look at it from the side, you'll see exactly how steep you're getting. And yeah, I'm gonna take this shuttle and a couple of packagers. And note to self: don't travel in interplanetary space with mods again, because that's really not a good idea. Did I actually get the rover down? No, I'm gonna go retrieve it. I need some packagers. Where's my packagers at? I had some sitting around. I knew I had some sitting around somewhere. Well, I have graphite over here, so... oh, you did actually get the rover down by you dying on it? Nice. Just didn't get around to the VTOL. Well, the VTOL's easy. The VTOL you can carry. So... it should be fairly easy. Where are my packagers at? And also, where's my graphite? Just at the expense of the cute... I mean, that really sucks. I think you might be able to retrieve them, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to find them. And all of that. Okay, I'm gonna go hunting for packagers. It's not worth it. Though QTRTGs are always worth recovering, because you cannot craft those things. Once you lose them, you cannot ever get them back. We're gonna need at least... let's try 4 packagers, so... free up 4 spaces. Yes, finding them is very difficult. I will grant you that fully. But they are 100% worth finding. That's lithium. This is my general crafting area, by the way. I have a partial thing of graphite sitting around. I know I do. Like, I'm not crazy. Literally was sitting around here somewhere. And I put it somewhere to work on a project. How do you get the QTRTG? You get it through quests and events, and also occasionally you get it through like Astronium research aids. So like the things that you insert a resource to unlock, the ones that you insert Astronium into will sometimes give you a QTRTG. Not always, but sometimes, maybe even up to most of the time. You know what? I'm gonna pop a couple of hydrazine. Actually, I'm gonna pop a single hydrazine onto this. Yeah, QTRTGs are extremely useful and very helpful. All right, where did I put my graphite? Haven't gotten very far. That's okay. You need to go to sleep? Hey, happy to help, and I hope I can help you guys get the QTRTG. Oh, it's right here, literally right here. I am dumb. I missed it. You know what? Just because flashiness, I'm gonna haul it over here. literally all those packagers that I had for this specific mission were sitting right there. No, don't steal my packagers! It stole my packagers. They were stealing my packagers! Don't grind up my packagers. I need them. Oh my god, it just ground up my packagers. You serious? Stealing my gas canisters too. No. No. Bad auto arms. Bad auto arms. I really need to cut power to this thing when I'm not using it. Probably I should do that. Yeah, let's do that. Time to jump off. Thanks a bunch for stopping by, Earl. I appreciate it. And thank you very much for the raid. Once again, if you guys don't follow Zareen or Red Space Robot, you really gotta go follow them because they're really awesome people. And I really appreciate you guys dropping by. And I hope to see you around on the Twitch fields whenever you guys are all around. We're gonna pop this on here, and we're gonna go over to the triangle and recover the rocket rover, because I keep forgetting to recover the darn thing, and then I leave it there for like 3 days, and I wonder where my rocket rover went. Actually, one thing, Zareen, before you go, interesting thing. So you see how if I hover over this, the identified satellite, then it shows that it'll go there, right? If I find that little triangle thing right here, if you look at it right here, you can find it on every single planet. Right here, this is actually the triangle itself. If I click it, guess where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go straight to the actual triangle itself. So that actually kind of shows how the game messes with all this sort of stuff. The game works with all this sort of stuff because if you click on that on every single planet, that will take you straight to the triangle. Ahem, let me out of my shuttle, please. Thank you. I'm gonna go in here, and we'll package up the rover. Alright, you're gonna go on here, and you're gonna go here, and you're gonna go here. This auto arm, troublemaker. Definitely a troublemaker. We don't have to package up a whole ton. The main things that we have to package up are the rover and the large storage on the front. So really, you only need 2 packagers. So, large storage, right here. Then, rover. Package it back up. Then we get the whole box to carry. And the really nice thing is that you can just carry it with the hoverboard. Alright, and back we go. Then after this, I'm going to head back to Novus, because I need to finish up some Novus Project cleanup. Yeah, that mod screws up a whole lot of things with auto arms, but it does really give a large benefit for cleaning up the Novus Project, because it counteracts all that lag that you get from all those resources at the core. Which is not nearly as bad as it used to be, granted. I used to get 2 frames a second at the core of Novus. But it's still not great either. Until I clean up all the resources, then it will be great. But I gotta clean up all the resources and, yeah. Anyway, this is the rocket rover, so I'm gonna just plop it over here for now. Put it back together later. Not a hard thing to put back together. I'm gonna put a new bit of fuel on the shuttle. My auto refuel station. I have an auto arm down here that can refuel this engine, but it breaks when I install the mods. So I just I just manually refill the rocket, because there's no point. There's no point in just uninstalling the mod to refuel my shuttle. Alright, Novus it is. So about a third of the planet is currently missing. And it makes it so that where this space would normally be over the horizon, now I can click it, because the horizon has moved. Slate for you is like 120, but you're not feeling sleepy. Hey, I appreciate you sticking around. Please don't feel like you have to stick around just to out of sympathy or something. But I appreciate you sticking around nonetheless. Means a lot. But yeah, we're just gonna do a bunch of resource gathering, because all of this resource stuff is. I spent a while with an auto clicker in the sky just clicking out a whole bunch of resources, but this thing is really the big old resource vacuum. So all I do is I have a resource vacuum, and then it just takes the resources and then puts them on here indiscriminately, and then we'll sort them up top, including all of this scrap. Not a bit of sympathy. Hey, well, I appreciate you, like I said, I appreciate you sticking around. Here we go. I did see, I was on another streamer's stream once. I do watch other streamers, you know. I was on another streamer's stream. He's a really, really great guy. He's not for everybody, but he's a really, really great guy. He focuses on mental health and everything. And really positive guy. And this guy came back, and he was banned for saying the he was globally banned from Twitch for saying the SIMP word. I cannot say it because I don't want to get banned, but he was globally banned for saying it on Twitch. And he made a new account, and he was coming back to the stream, and he was like, "Hi," and apparently he'd come back before a couple of times, and the streamer was like, "Okay, well, I think you're evading the ban, but I'm not going to necessarily reject you because of all that, but I don't think I want you joining my Discord or things like that." Which I would say is a pretty fair decision. Because, again, Twitch is his place of work, so if his place, it's like going to McDonald's manager and saying, "Well, McDonald's banned me globally, but you specifically didn't ban me, so, Yeah, but he was basically harassing a female hot tub streamer. And let me be clear, I do not stand for hot tub streamers. I don't like hot tub streamers. I don't think that they're doing. I think they're kind of exploitative. But I'm not going to go and classify specific streamers by that. I'm not going to go and go to a streamer's stream and say, "You're doing this, that, and the other, and your viewers are SIMPs." I'm not going to do that, because that's unnecessarily rude. They're trying to make a living. It's not necessarily... People don't just do it because they're just trying to exploit people. And they also don't do it to go get harassed, so... You have an ASMR streamer and she's doing a hotel kind of thing right now? Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very tempting target, especially for female streamers. But... a large place, it's not my place to judge. Hot... I was kind of wondering what the hotel thing was, but I was kind of figuring the same thing. It is not my place to go and criticize those streamers. I can disagree with them and think that they're not doing I think that they're not doing the platform any services or any good without... Autocorrect hates you. Autocorrect hates everyone. I can think that without actually going and hurting anybody. I'm keeping my opinions to myself and to my stream. I am not encouraging anybody to go to their streams and say things like that. This guy had, however, gone to people's streams and said things like that, and as a result, he got globally banned from Twitch. So we were like, okay, maybe he made like a mistake, and he wasn't supposed to say the word. And he's an older guy, so he doesn't necessarily understand all of these things necessarily. So we were like, okay, well, we understand you made a mistake, but he was starting to act really terribly. One thing that he said that struck me is he's like, "There are thousands of Twitch streamers on this platform, and I came and chose to watch you." Like, yes, you're blessing me with your presence, clearly. Like he got mad in chat, and the streamer was like, "Hey, I don't want to air your dirty laundry, bro. but you're forcing me to explain to you why I don't think that Twitch was necessarily wrong in banning you, and why I don't think that you should be relet into the community, because he kept justifying his actions and everything, and justifying and excusing and not taking any responsibility. There used to be this other streamer everyone knew only did it playing games, but not really playing the game. Oh, yeah, the stream where it's like, the camera was bigger than the gameplay. I mean, I don't even have a camera. But it's just, I know what you're talking about, yeah. And there's a place to call those people out. That place is reporting them to Twitch. That place is not going to their chats and deliberately trying to cause chaos. Because you do not attack the person. You just don't attack people. It's very simple. And if it's not directly harming me personally, I try not to care too much about it. Well, I try not to. Well, I will care about it, but I try not to. I don't do anything about it, shall we say. The camera was smaller, but she wasn't really playing the game. You're just like, I just want to watch some COD. Yeah, at that point, I would just be like, I'm gonna go watch a different streamer, and she'd be like, okay, because she's obviously not gonna be hurting for viewers. So me choosing with my viewership to go to a different streamer is not gonna hurt her in any way, and it's my right to choose who I watch. So, just like it's your right to choose who you watch. So, yeah. Yeah, that's where I would do that, but where this guy went is he started going out and condemning the streamer and calling her names in her own chat, and calling her viewers names, and yeah, so understandably he got banned from that streamer, and he got banned from Twitch globally, and he was coming back, and he's like, out of the 10,000 Twitch streamers that are on Twitch, I chose to watch you, and the dude was like, bro, this is not really a blessing. You're not conferring on me the blessing that you think you're conferring on me. And it's like, he wanted to be let back into the community. They didn't want to let him, they weren't like begging him to come back into the community. So it's clearly going the other way around. It's just like, man, how do you get to be so deluded like that? Because, like, honestly, genuinely, that's not... It takes a long time, it takes a long path to get to thinking behavior like that is okay. And it's really sad. Because, take for example, Hope left just before you guys got on here, but Hope is one of my best friends online. She's a really, really great lady. And she's Islamic. Very proud of it. And I happen to be a Christian. Just because we disagree doesn't mean that we can't be friends. And just because I have a certain thing... Is this a glitch? This is not a glitch, my friend. It's very much not a glitch. But, I mean, my kind of stance on the whole thing is that just because we disagree doesn't mean that we cannot be friends. And, what's the stream at me thingy? What? The stream at me thingy. Oh, scream at me? Are you talking channel point redemptions? Because that's a thing. Oh yeah, channel point redemption. It's just a loud scream. It's a sound effect. If you want to play it, feel free to play it. It's a pretty fun one. It's just a really loud sound effect. And some people like to use it to jump scare me. But yeah, this particular stream promotes viewer interaction, high viewer interaction. And Brown Magic, also welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the thanks for the T-Rex roar. I appreciate that. We're living in Jurassic Park apparently. And I'm not doing a whole ton right now, but if you do !Dixper in chat, then you'll see. Here, I'll type it in chat for you. !Dixper. This is an interactive platform that basically lets chat literally mess with my game. Case in point, chat can do this. And, yeah, this is happening on my game. This is not happening in it's not happening in just an OBS or something. I literally don't know what's going on because this is so disorienting. Oh, jeez. So, that's how chat can directly do that. In exchange for supporting the streamer, chat can allow that. And also I've arranged it, if you'll notice, you get a free Dixper crate with channel points, so that way it's not paywalled. But it's just kind-hearted trolling, essentially. And because I set it up, I set the boundaries and everything, so we're all good. But yeah, that kind of stuff. Dixper is very powerful. So on this stream, we try to promote chat interaction like that. Just so that everybody can feel like they have something that they can add to the stream, you know? Because I know that streams that I like to watch more are streams that have much more viewer interaction like that. So, that's something that I thought was really super cool. And, yeah. There's actually kind of a running bet that if chat can kill me with an action, then the person who actually killed me gets a free Dixper crate. So, there's actually a running bet that if you can kill me with Dixper, then you get a free Dixper crate. And so each Dixper crate gives you like 3 cards to play, and the 3 cards just let you do things like that. They're drawn at random from the skill set that I provided, from the set that I provided for this game that I put together. Yeah, but yeah, Brown Magic, what were you wondering? Is this, because this is not a glitch, this is most definitely what's actually going on in the game. This is because we've dug out a huge section of Novus and all these resources have come down from the top. And we chewed through a ton. Chewed through a ton of resources here. That's really good. Yeah, we got lots and lots of resources down here. I think it's have a no copyright song. It says no copyright claim. Okay, feel free to request it. I'll have a look at it, and if it does have a copyright claim, I will refund your channel points. I can't give you channel points, but I can refund them, so that I will be happy to do if it does actually end up having a copyright claim that I can find. I do need to change up my song playlist, because this playlist is kind of getting boring. Night Drive by Mood Maze. Let me Google it. Night Drive. Moon. Wait. Mood Maze. Mood Maze? Not Mood Maz. Mood Maze. Look it up on YouTube. Let's see. Looks like in order to not get copyright claims for this type of stuff, for these songs, you have to sign up for their program. Which I'm not going to sign up for a program on the stream. I will definitely bookmark that. I'm going to refund the points for now. But I'll have a look at that and bookmark that. Because we're kind of needing some new music. Dude. Copyright-free stuff is super hard. Alright, I have refunded you the channel points. I'll definitely have to look at that. Because that appears to be like a service for music. And actually, speaking of which, I'm going to change the songs here. Let me... You know what? I'm just going to do that. Search up no copyright songs and find a list of different things. Hey, that's good. I mean, a lot of the things that say they're no copyright are because they like to trick people into using them, and then they like to distribute copyright claims. So you have to be really careful about what is actually no copyright. What I'm looking at is if it says, "Hey, there's a license number for this song," then I'm very cautious about that because that means that it's actually licensed through copyright. So, hello, stop it. Could you just be a normal platform, please? Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely have to take a look at that, though. See if I can get something down for it. What is that graphite doing? Oh, they're full. Alright, hold on. Switch. There we go. All good now? Oh wait, I don't want to go here yet. I want to go back here, this direction. I don't know why I didn't register the other emotes, but yeah. It usually registers multiples. Maybe it was just because you had a few too many in there. But yeah, the cover my screen with the emotes is just something that puts the emotes on screen and I multiplied it by like 100 to make it a little bit more fun. Yeah, it might be too many. I guess the nice thing, the fact that streamers can't.
If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
You say as I'm standing on a wall. I mean, the laws of physics here are kind of just maybe stretched a little bit. But yeah, I generally try to obey the laws of physics in here. The resources do not. How's the point? Yeah, it gets crazy down here, man. It's crazy in here. Oh man. Oh, hello. Ah! I fell off. No. No. Stop it. Alright. This way. Carefully, cautiously. Alright. Are you gonna pick up everything? Pick it up. There you go. Alright, let's go in here and see what we can pick up here. And I do want to make sure... Okay, my packager factory is not down here, so I can't grab the small printer. The frustrating thing about these auto arms is that they'll grab small printers. Yeah, I'm going to package up all this tier 2 stuff, and we'll bring it back up eventually. So much stuff because there's a whole ton of craters. You saw how big the crater was. Like, that's a monstrous crater, so it's going to make some monstrous amounts of resources. But yeah, the bombs also will just detonate into a whole bunch of stuff, and they'll turn into scrap, which is why there's so much scrap now. There used to be just mostly resources, but now there's tons and tons of scrap. Actually, I'm also going to stop recording because I'm going to save hard drive space. So by recording, I'll post the recording on YouTube later on at some point. Been posting the recordings to a YouTube channel just to have them. I usually don't record cleanup for the sake of hard drive space, but I recorded this one because I wanted to have fun with the discussion with Hope. And yeah, anyway, see you later recording. Have fun. Bye.